they're saying.
As you said, this is the Karam Bhumi, Karyakshetra of Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister. I'm standing right now in the Prakash Colony, where we are just two rows, two houses away from his residence, Pujit, which is one of the houses in this colony. This is basically a temple, and just near the temple is a big ground, which is now being prepared to receive the mortal remains of Mr. Rupani once they arrive here in Rajkot. All across the city, there are big posters, banners of people expressing their respects to Mr. Rupani, paying their tribute. And this will be the final, his journey when he comes from the airport to his residence. This is where he would be, in fact, laid. His mortal remains would be laid for people of Rajkot, who he was extremely accessible to. In fact, you keep speaking to people and they would say that the councillor Rupani, the mayor Rupani, the MLA Rupani, the CM Rupani, and even the MP Rupani, there was no difference as far as the people around this area are concerned. They could, in fact, go up to him anytime that they wanted, and this is how the people are remembering him today.
Ankit, let's bring in now Uday Mahorkar, someone who has followed the political rise and the political journey of Mr. Vijay Rupani very, very closely. Uday Mahorkar, former Information Commissioner, is joining us. Mr. Mahorkar, what are your memories of Vijay Rupani? When did you last speak to him?
I last spoke to him when I went to meet him about 4 months ago in his Gandhinagar bungalow. And I had a long talk with him. It just came to my mind that I should meet people who are not in the government now, So that made me call up Mr. Rupani and I went to meet him. And as always, he was very affable, amiable, I spoke with a lot of candor. You see, the earliest memory I have of Mr. Rupani is of 2002. 2002 Vidhan Sabha election, I happened to meet him in Rajkot. And he told me that BJP would win, I think, some 47 seats in Rajkot, in Saurashtra region, in that election, which was, it was a historical election where Mr. Modi got elected for the first time, correct?
That's right, yes.
He was proved correct to the extent of 100%. I think the seats the BJP won was around 47 only. 2007, 2006, he was made General Secretary of the party and made in charge of Saurashtra region for the 2007 Vidhan Sabha election. Again, I spoke to him. Again, he was proved correct. And in 2012, the error margin was only maybe 5%. So thrice he predicted almost the exact number of seats which BJP won in Saurashtra. So the image I carried about him was of a great election strategist who knew how to fight election, who knew what things were happening on the ground. But as a chief minister, I saw something in him which was I would call it very winning in one sense, He was easily approachable. He was always open to new ideas. And he, people had easy access to him. Even people with ideas who wanted to give something to the society, they had easy access to him. I think such easily accessible chief ministers today also are very less in the country. So I have this image of him as a person who was in one sense dedicated to the welfare of the society and who was, after becoming chief minister, he demonstrated that he was open to ideas and he came up with some, he was removed because of, many thought that he could not handle the COVID situation well, But then he had come up with some very good ideas which have now become a countrywide phenomenon in terms of governance. So, that CM dashboard scheme, where real time he could, he could know as to what time a bus is reaching a particular destination, whether it is late, whether it is before time. Same way, that dashboard was a revolutionary thing. And I think it is now been replicated across the country. So he came up with some innovative ideas also using technology as Chief Minister. Maria.
Mr. Mahurkar, I remember my conversations with him, and he used to talk a lot about Seva Setu and also, bridging governance with people and also Sujalam Sufalam. But Mr. Mahurkar, help us understand the importance of somebody like Vijay Rupani in Gujarat politics, Jain Bania from Saurashtra becoming the Chief Minister in a state that has produced leaders such as Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and of course Anandibeen Patel. Clearly, he was different from them. How do you see the importance of someone like Vijay Rupani in Gujarat politics?
Everyone has his or her own way of functioning. So, all of them gave result, in some sense, But Rupani's accessibility was main thing. And other thing was, which I really remember and appreciate, that when rumors started doing rounds that he might be removed as Chief Minister, he told me twice when I went to meet him, कि Uday bhai, the moment I get an indication today, I will resign in the next 1 hour. I have no regrets. I am a loyal soldier of RSS and BJP. And, so the grace with which he accepted the responsibility, with the same grace he left. His exit was also marked by the same grace. Now, this is something which you don't find in today's leaders, I mean, when they are, when the power is snatched away from them, they become bitter. He never became bitter. So that's a very, very big quality. Another thing which I think people should know, he is one of the only two politicians in the country who was born in Rangoon in Burma. The other being Ahmed Patel. Ahmed Patel's father was also doing business in Burma. Ahmed Patel, late Ahmed Patel of Congress. He was born in Burma and in Rangoon. And Vijay Rupani also was born in Rangoon. His father was, I think, a grain merchant there. Then he came down to Gujarat in 1960. I think 4 years after his birth, he was born in 1956. And then he took up a ball-bearing business, manufacturing business in Rajkot. So, another thing, he lost his son very early, Yes. And I don't remember his name now. But he had launched a huge public welfare, scheme in the name of his son. So he had this, another thing which I would like to share very interestingly, that his father-in-law, Mr. Bakshi. Mr. Bakshi was an RSS worker. His wife was also an RSS worker, and they were very close to me when I was a youngster, young journalist in Ahmedabad. He used to call me once in a while to meet him. So his father-in-law also I knew very well. Maria.
Mr. Mahurkar, one question with regards to this very crucial Rajkot West seat. The importance can be, gauged from the fact that the Prime Minister himself, Mr. Modi, contested his first assembly polls in the state of Gujarat from this seat, and Vijay Rupani was made in charge in the February 2002 polls, which happened from where Prime Minister Modi started his electoral journey in many ways. Can you explain to us his equations with the Prime Minister and also his equations with the Home Minister Amit Shah?
As far as I know, he was closer to Amit Shah than the Prime Minister. In the later part. In the earlier part, they worked together. And they were mutual admirers in one sense, But then Mr. Modi is a man of real politics. He did not hesitate from removing even Anandibeen Patel, who was very close to him, when he thought that, the time for change has come. So same thing happened with Vijay Rupani. But on the whole, if you see, Vijay Rupani, it was Amit Bhai Shah who convinced the Prime Minister to have Vijay Rupani as the next Chief Minister after Anandibeen Patel. So, in one sense, he was slightly more close to Amit Shah than Prime Minister Modi.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mahurkar, for joining us with those very interesting insights into who Vijay Rupani was and what his unique personality traits were, and also what was the most important part of his politics. Moving on to other stories now, last rites of Captain Sumit Sabharwal will also be undertaken today. In fact, the mortal remains of Sumit Sabharwal will reach his Mumbai home today. He was a resident of Mumbai, remember. This is the veteran Air India pilot Sumit Sabharwal, who was also killed in crash. He was an experienced pilot. He had extensive flying experience and he survived by his ailing father.
In fact, Vasudha, he was planning to give up flying. That's what he had communicated to his ailing father, that in a month's time he will stop flying and that he will be there with his father, spend time with him. Radhika is joining us live from outside Sumit Sabharwal's residence. Radhika, his family, this is, his death leaves a huge vacuum, particularly in the life of his father and multiple relatives as well. What are the friends and family members of Sumit Sabharwal telling you today?
That's right. This is a sorrowful, somber moment as far as his family members and colleagues are concerned. Yes, I'm outside Sumit's residence. This is where he used to live. He was living here for close to 3 decades, and this is the residence. I can, of course, point out his building from here. However, we are not allowed to go inside the premises. His mortal remains will be arriving in the next half an hour, is what we are being given to understand. As far as his family, friends and colleagues are concerned, we did manage to speak to some of them in the last few days. Of course, at the moment, we are not able to really catch hold of any of them because some of them are inside the residence, some of them will be walking inside in just a bit. But they've been speaking about Sumit as a very disciplined individual, somebody who was calm as far as his demeanor is concerned, and somebody with a lot of experience. Of course, he was a veteran pilot, was associated with Air India for a long time, had more than 8,000 flying experience, 8,000 hours of flying experience. To his credit, he started his career in 1994, and of course we know about the last moments, those fateful moments when he had given that distress call to ATC, saying there is no thrust and that he is losing power. But, of course, he lost his life along with 241 others in that fateful crash. But the fact remains that this is a sorrowful moment for the aviation community, for his family members. He is survived by his father, who is 80 years old, more than 80 years old. And as you said, his last words to his father was that he's going to leave flying and take care of his father. Sumit was in his mid-50s. He was set to retire in a few hours, but he may have sought early retirement to take care of his aged father. This is a promise he had given to his father. He's also survived by his sister. We believe that father and sister are in his residence, are waiting for the mortal remains. So, but certainly a very, very tragic moment for his family members. His last rites will take place in just a bit.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. Meanwhile, in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, the DNA matching and sampling is going on, and the weight of the families in agony goes on. Remember, Maria, that DNA testing and sampling can take up to 72 hours. It is a technical process. It's also a legal process, but 47 bodies have been handed over to families, is what we understand. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, how has the process been expedited? Because the Home Minister had assured everybody that the process will be done in 3 to 4 days, but clearly there is a lot to this process because the bodies have been completely charred and there is a legal aspect to it, there's a technical aspect to this. What is the latest on the DNA sampling there? Okay. Officials on Sunday have said that samples of 92 victims of Ahmedabad plane crash have matched with relatives so far, and 47 mortal remains have been handed over to families. Families of the crash victims continue to throng outside civil hospitals' mortuary as authorities carry out DNA tests. Well, many stories there at the front of this human tragedy. A doctor from Gujarat cannot stop thanking his wife and family members after he cancelled an Air India flight in which he planned to fly to London on the 12th of June. But remember, at the front of this colossal human tragedy are the lives of people and, of course, the lives of relatives who have to bear the loss of their loved ones. Officials have said that 92 victims samples of 92 victims have been handed over to their, have been matched, and 47 mortal remains have been handed over to their families. DNA testing and sampling could take up to 72 hours, and there is often retesting that happens, with the challenge being that many of these bodies are completely charred. So the doctors and experts and FSL officials, the forensic science laboratories experts, have to ensure that the accurate matching of DNA samples take place, which is why relatives are waiting outside the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, tell us the latest update in the case of DNA sampling and testing.
Well, the latest that we are picking up from the official, sources within the civil hospital here in Ahmedabad is 92 bodies had been identified after the DNA sampling had been has been matched, and almost 47 of the bodies had been handed over. 13 relatives had also been called, and their mortal remains would be also handed over in next few hours, including of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. And where I'm standing currently is the location where all the preparations are being done. There would be an absolute state honor that would be given to former Chief Minister of Gujarat. This is mortuary complex, and there you can see the special guards from the Gujarat police standing for receiving any information from the senior officials, as Health Minister Vijay Rupani, Health Minister Rushikesh Patel, and others, including the senior cabinet ministers from the state of Gujarat, had already arrived over here, and soon the family members of Mr. Rupani would be also arriving here at the mortuary complex of the civil hospital, from where the mortal remains of Mr. Rupani would be handed over to them and directly will be taken to the Ahmedabad airport. But special arrangements and a guard of honor that will also be given to Vijay Rupani here at the civil hospital itself, when the body will be handed over to the relatives. And there are these ambulances and senior officials who are on standby. We are anticipating that it is Chief Minister Mr. Bhupendra Patel and the Home Minister of the Gujarat state would also be accompanying the family of Mr. Vijay Rupani as they leave from Gandhinagar, and they will arrive over here. Certainly 11 a.m. is the time that we have been told that the mortal remains will be given, and then they would be heading towards Ahmedabad airport. But as far as the latest details, the latest data that had been released by the civil hospital authorities over here, so far more than 90 DNA profilings had been matched, and today it is been expected that more than 30 more dead bodies would be given, apart from what had been done so far. 47 bodies had been handed so far, and 3 foreign national bodies have also been identified, and their relatives are here waiting for the phone call to be made by the civil hospital authorities to them to hand over their mortal remains of their loved ones.
On that note, we are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. We'll be back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world,
India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what
And efforts are on now to evacuate Indian students who are currently studying in Iran. In fact, there are a number of students who are studying in Tehran. These are largely students from Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, there have been efforts by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who has written to the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying that there should be efforts made to relocate these students to safer places. Now, Iran has responded to India's request. Iran is saying that all land borders are open in Iran. In fact, Indian ambassador to Iran has been in touch with his counterparts in Tehran, trying to ensure that all Indian students are shifted to safer places, even as attacks continue inside Tehran by Israeli forces.
Of course, Myra, Iran has also sought details of Indians that would be given a safe exit. This is a diplomatic win for India, because remember that India has also been quite worried about its students, 3,000 students from India studying in Iran, and now Iran has responded to India's request and has said that all land borders will be open, and that it has also sought details of Indians that would be given a safe exit from Iran. Let's first listen in to what the Indian student there said before going across to our colleague Mohammad Ghazali.
At this point, हमारे जो भाई हैं तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनकी बॉयज डॉम के नज़दीक ही हमला हुआ है, एंड दे हैव आल्सो बीन अफेक्टेड बाय द अटैक, और कुछ जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो जख्मी भी हो गए हैं. सो वो हालत हमारी भी ना हो जाए, उससे पहले प्लीज हमें इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि इस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे ना हमें वाटर सप्लाई है डॉम की, ना नेट, इंटरनेट इज वेरी वीक, इंटरनेट बिल्कुल भी नहीं चल रहा है, ना मैसेज जा रही है, ना आ रही है, ना प्रॉपर्ली कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं हम किसी से भी. और ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट अभी शायद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी चली जाएगी, और उसके बाद हमारा वाईफाई भी डाउन हो जाएगा, जिसपे हम अभी थोड़ा बहुत इंटरनेट चला रहे हैं, और उसके बाद हम शायद बिल्कुल भी कम्युनिकेट ना कर पाए. तो प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट LG मनोज सिन्हा, NCM उमर अब्दुल्ला, कि हमें जल्द से जल्द इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए.
Ghazali joins us with more details on this. Ghazali, how do you explain Iran agreeing to India's request, and now Iran has also sought details of those Indian students who need to be given this safe exit? This is clearly a diplomatic win for India. How did India achieve this, and what next? What can be expected next?
Yet another evacuation mission for India. That how India did it the same way in Ukraine and amid Ukraine-Russia conflict while evacuating Indian students from Ukraine. This time around, it is more intense because Iran has been facing intense aerial strikes from Israel. And we all know that we have good relations with both Israel and Iran, like we had with Russia and Ukraine in that situation. So with Iran, our ambassador in Tehran, he spoke to the Iranian authorities to ensure that we have a safe exit till the Armenian border. So all the Indian students have been advised to, they are being taken from the city of Qom till the Armenian border, which has a distance of around 1,000 or over 1,000 kilometers. So all the Indian students who are in and around the Tehran city have been asked to gather at their college points. From there, they will be relocated to the Qom city point, and from there, they will be taken to the Armenian border. And it certainly shows the kind of coordination the Indian ambassador has done over there. He spoke to the Armenian ambassador to Tehran. They both are placed in Tehran, the Indian ambassador, the Armenian ambassador. They both spoke to each other, and then the information was shared with the Tehran authorities that they want a safe exit till the Armenian border, and then the Iranians responded positively to it, saying that all the land borders are open and Indian students can have the safe exit.
Ghazali, so are you saying that most of these students are largely in Tehran, and do we have a number of how many students who are, Indian students who are present in Iran at the moment, and what is the nature of studies that they actually pick up? Courses?
The total number of Indians is around 3,000. Around 1,500 of them are Indian students. Most of them are not in Tehran, but in Tehran and other cities as well. Now, the initial information which has come to the Indian embassy is that they are largely gathering the details of the students through WhatsApp groups and other means of communication. And all those students are being advised to get in touch with the embassy, call on those helpline numbers, and then the location is also shared with these students to gather at one point. From there, they will be picked up, and then they will be traveling towards the Armenian border. So it will not be done in a day. It will take few days' time, because in one batch there will be certain students, those who have submitted their details, their passport details with the embassy, which will be then shared with Tehran authorities.
Ghazali, continue to be with us, because this fighting between Israel and Iran has intensified overnight, as both countries have kept up their attacks, killing civilians and raising concerns among the world leaders that the biggest battle between old enemies could lead to a broad regional conflict. Reports are suggesting that 224 deaths have happened in Iran because of the Israeli airstrikes, and 90% of these casualties are being reported from civilian areas. That's what the Iranian Health Ministry is saying. The Israeli authorities are saying that 14 people have been killed in Israel in Iranian attacks, and several of them are children. We have Ghazali, who continues to be with us. Is there a possibility of a de-escalation anytime soon?
The U.S. authorities, Maria, are trying for that. They claim that they are in talks with Iranian authorities, with the Iranian government, through the mediators like Qatar and Oman. But Iran has flatly refused to engage in a negotiation till Israel stops attacking them. Now, this negotiation is not just for the nuclear talks, but also the first priority for both the parties, Israel, Iran, as well as US, is to stop the war. But Israel has taken it upon themselves to ensure that Iran never recovers from this act to build their nuclear bomb. And that is why Israel has going on, and that is why Iran has to retaliate to it, is what Iran's stand is. There is a theory that after maximum escalation, you have de-escalation as well. But that doesn't look very likely that in the next few days we will see that kind of situation until US openly comes out, it stops Israel from attacking Iran, and then perhaps we can see a much more fruitful negotiation between the two parties.
Right. Also, thank you, Ghazali, for joining us. What we hear right now is that in the widening of Israel-Iran conflict, U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has shut down now. In fact, U.S. Ambassador to Israel has confirmed the closure of U.S. Embassy. Shelter and peace still in effect. Remember that U.S. Embassy in Israel had restricted staff travel in the midst of tensions with Iran. Employees were barred from traveling outside Tel Aviv and some other cities. That's what the embassy had put out then. But now what we understand is that the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has been shut, and this is in the midst of escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. My colleague Vishal joins us with more details on this. Vishal, we did see this coming because there were many restrictions that were being imposed on the embassy officials. But tell us, what does this mean for the nature of the escalation in this conflict?
So this marks a fresh escalation in the whole conflict, and U.S. Embassy doesn't seem to have been targeted, but some projectiles seem to have landed near the territory of U.S. Embassy and one consulate. It remains to be seen whether or not embassy staff are injured, but some reports suggest that some staff have incurred some damage and they have had some concussion. That remains to be confirmed, but this is another level of escalation. US President Donald Trump had already warned Iran that if any of US personnel or military personnel or embassy staff are injured, it will mark another chapter in this whole saga, and US could get directly involved in the conflict. That would be the biggest escalation so far. US has been saying for a while, for the last 2 days, that it's not been involved in the conflict. But if US embassy personnel have been injured, it could prompt the US president to take some further action. US destroyers are already in the area. They have been moved closer to Israel to protect Israel from the barrage of missiles from Iranian regime, but so far they have not taken any offensive actions.
Right. Vishal, also help us understand the latest images, satellite images, Maxar, latest satellite images of damaged Iran sites. They do show what is happening in Iran, and these are not just nuclear facilities but also missile facilities. Help us understand the scale of damage that has been inflicted on Iran.
Well, it's been 3 continuous nights of these strikes, and the top on the list are nuclear facilities that have been targeted throughout. We have some images that we have collected from Maxar Technologies. It's a space technology company. Here you see the top targets that Israel has targeted in Iran. This is the nuke facility in the Natanz facility. On top here you can see some of the structures have been totally damaged. So that gives you a scale of the damage, but many reports, many experts have been saying the facility, the core of the facility remains, so the outer structure might have been damaged. The program, the nuclear program is still active. We have other images as well, which I would request my producer to show here, and so that we can discuss. We have some images that show that other structures such as the missile facilities, such as electronic production facilities, they have also been targeted. They have also incurred damage. Some of them have been totally been on fire. Here you see the damage to one of the nuclear facilities. You can see some of the structures here. It's not very clear, but the satellite images do show some damages here, and some of the damages have been incurred here. Some of the structures have been totally wiped out. And this is the missile facility that was damaged. This is also one of the top facilities in Iran. This is the Karman Shah facility. Here you can see damaged structures here, and also some damages have been incurred here. So these are some structures that were damaged, and this is the storage facility and tunnel that were damaged. And here you can see the roof of this missile facility has totally been removed. It was probably hit by an F-35 that Israel has deployed. So it's been totally destroyed. This is also the Karman Shah facility that was targeted. We have other images as well, such as the Shiraz facility. This is the Natanz facility again, that has been the top target, one of the top targets. Israel has been trying it repeatedly to bombard this, but largely the story remains that Iran's nuclear program is still intact. The top objective of Israel has been to destroy the Iran nuke program. That is still intact. Although Iran has suffered heavy losses, it has lost top scientists, but the program still remains. There are many theories. If if Israel is not able to totally wipe out the nuke programs, it could mean that Iran would escalate the nuke program. It could have a nuclear weapon in any moment. So that will be also one of the worries that Iran and US both have.
Right. Widening conflict between Israel and Iran, something that the world is looking at with a lot of interest. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other news now. There have been gains for Indian markets after a week. Sakshi Bajaj, my colleague, takes us through the details as to what and why this is happening.
We are seeing markets ease. We are seeing a rise in markets. This, remember, is after a week of turbulence. We did see intense pressure on global markets last week. We saw crude prices also spike over 10% last week amid the Israel-Iran conflict. Now we are seeing the crude prices and oil prices jump, but not so significantly, with Brent crude trading near $75 a barrel. Now remember, experts believe, why are we seeing markets gain today in trade, and why are we seeing them brush aside Monday blues in a sense? Republicans is because they believe that, look, the conflict could ease. There is hope. If, of course, talks do take place, there is hope that the conflict could ease, experts believe, and that really is what they're keenly watching, while, of course, they continue to remain cautious. Of course, it is important to remember here that we are living in times where, of course, the global economy is increasingly fragile and a lot really is in wait-and-watch mode.
Well, meanwhile, the wedding of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's son has been reportedly postponed in the midst of an escalating conflict with Iran. Netanyahu's son, Avner Netanyahu, was all set to marry his partner on Monday, and this was reported widely by the Times of Israel and other media organizations. But the wedding now stands reportedly postponed after it caused controversy, with some anti-government protesters denouncing the Netanyahu family for celebrating while Israeli hostages are still held in Gaza. Moreover, while the Netanyahu family was preparing for mega celebrations, Israel on Friday launched a major offensive against Iran, targeting nuclear sites and military facilities, also military bases and senior leadership in Iran. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Crucial discovery in Air India investigation. AI 171 cockpit voice recorder found. Clarity expected on May Day message. Vijay Rupani's final journey to begin soon. Ex-CM's farewell with state honours today. Last rites of Captain Sumit Sabharwal today. Mortal remains to reach his Mumbai home shortly. Air India crash, 87 victims identified. Mortal remains of 47 victims have now been handed over to relatives.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point?
Crucial discovery in the Air India investigation. AI 171 cockpit voice recorder has now been found. There's clarity that's expected on pilot's Mayday message. Vijay Rupani's final journey to begins shortly. Ex-CM's farewell with state honours today. Last rites of Captain Sumit Sabharwal mortal remains to reach his Mumbai home shortly. 3 killed in Iran's latest strikes on Israel. Strikes after military figures killed in Iran. Iran has rejected ceasefire. Iran missiles force US embassy to shut. US ambassador says no injuries to personnel.
And we are starting this broadcast with a piece of breaking news that came in just a few minutes ago. The cockpit voice recorder has been found. This is a crucial piece of discovery by the investigators. Remember, both black boxes were recovered 48 hours ago, and earlier it was the flight data recorder which was found. Both these components, that is the CVR, which stands for cockpit voice recorder, and also the data recorder, are very, very crucial piece of investigation for the investigators to piece together as to what really led to this crash which killed 241 people on board this Dreamliner. Clarity will also emerge on what was the nature of the SOS or the Mayday message which was sent by Captain Sumit Sabharwal and his co-pilot to those who were monitoring the flight movement. The black boxes will help really reconstruct this entire crash. We have Ankit Tyagi who's joining us. Ankit, very, very crucial for the investigators to piece together as to what really happened in those last final seconds. We also have Aishwarya joining us from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. Ankit is live with us from Rajkot. Ankit, the significance of the voice recorder here.
That's right. The most crucial and the most important aspect of this entire investigation of flight AI 171, the ill-fated flight on which 242 people were on board, only one miracle survivor, and more than 34 those who died on the ground. It will be important to understand what went wrong, because remember, Boeing 787 Dreamliner is was one of the safest before this wide-body aircraft, and also extensively used across many countries, across many airlines, globally. So they would also be very interested to know what happened. Was it a mechanical failure, a human error? All those theories will be now tested, put to rest after the discovery of the cockpit voice recorder and also the digital, data recorder of on board this flight, which was recovered from the rooftop, from the debris on the roof of the mess where this plane lodged itself, the tail lodged itself. Now, the cockpit voice recorder, as Maharaj, you were rightly pointing out, becomes the most crucial piece of evidence, because it will have the voices of the captain and the co-pilot, what all went in, what were the instructions that the captain gave to the co-pilot, how was, the last few seconds of this entire conversation with the ATC as well. Because remember, the pilot was in constant touch with the ATC. That's where the mayday call was made. Was there something else that was said around that? And apart from this, the important, pre-flight checks, all those conversations would also be recorded as far as the cockpit voice recorder is concerned. It will also importantly record the various warning signs and other sounds of the cockpit, which is a very busy and important, of course, area as far as the aircraft is concerned. And that will help rescue the investigators to understand what were the warning signs, what were the noises which were being made inside that aircraft, so that they can in fact figure out what exactly went wrong. Along with the digital recorder, which has mechanical data on 1,000 parameters, both of them will piece together the last few seconds of this ill-fated aircraft and will help us understand whether it was one-off or there is structural problems in Boeing 787 that need to be rectified.
For joining us, Aishwarya, to you now. We know that the tail portion of the plane, which is the only intact portion of the aircraft, was also shifted for examination. We also saw the black box being retrieved, and of course now the cockpit voice recorder. But how important are also the testimonies of the first responders, the one passenger who managed to survive this crash miraculously, and also people at BJ Medical College who saw what happened, the ones who have been injured? Has Gujarat authorities, has Gujarat administration also put in a sense of preliminary investigation, of interrogating, talking to these people to understand what did they see, that will also help experts deconstruct what happened?
Well, as Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu stated on day one and in that press conference as well and in Delhi, that every theory will be considered. There will be no aspect that will be left unturned as far as the investigation is concerned, and every possible person who saw that, who were the eyewitness or the AAIB, which is the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is independently investigating into it. Everything will be examined, and later the conclusion, later the investigative agencies will arrive on the conclusion as to what unfolded in those 52 seconds when the plane came down from an altitude of around 675 feet. Whether there was a mechanical error or a human error is something that no investigative authorities wanted to tell at this moment, because there are crucial details, data that will come out, of course, from both the black boxes that have been recovered from the tail and from the main portion of the cockpit, also the flight data recorder, and now the cockpit voice recorder as well. These are important equipments in the aircraft which will reveal many truths, but it will take time. Certainly every evidence is being sent to the forensic team, and they will be further investigating when the data will come out.
Because there is an important piece of news coming in from the crash site now. Remember, there is a multi-nation probe that we have been talking about, the Boeing, which is the manufacturer of this Dreamliner which crashed in Ahmedabad. The team of Boeing has also now arrived at the crash site, and they are examining as to what really went wrong. Boeing is now facing a lot of questions. Ankit, what can we tell our viewers as to what is going to be the role of the manufacturer here, that is Boeing?
Very important role that these people are going to play. In fact, what you see on your screens are the visuals of the engineers and investigators from Boeing who have flown in from United States, and they have been straight taken to the crash site. Now, why is it important for them to go to the crash site? Because A, it gives them an understanding of what were the last moments as far as this entire aircraft is concerned. Where did it dislodge and how the entire accident took place? So they will be monitoring the crash site, and then apart from that, this will tell them, because as I've been saying, the entire wreckage of the aircraft will be picked up section by section and sent for examination. Those things are going to be very important to tell you where exactly did the plane break from, where did the fire begin, and what was the response in the last moments of this entire aircraft. Remember, there is, apart from the tail section, which is one of the biggest intact section of this aircraft, there is also one of the engine which is largely intact. I mean, there are burn damage to that aircraft, but it is still from outside looks like it's largely intact. So that is going to be very, very important in case of mechanical failure. If there was zero power or there was both engines went down, then this engine, which is largely intact, is going to be very, very important for the investigators. Now, Boeing, which is the manufacturer of 787 Dreamliner, understands how it was made. So these engineers will then be assisting the AAIB, which is the lead investigation in this. There is another team from United Kingdom because this plane was headed to United Kingdom. There were many passengers of the country which were on board this plane. They are also expected to come and help put together the entire puzzle. But remember, even with the flight data recorder and also the cockpit voice recorder, the Boeing team becomes very, very important to analyze that entire data. So they will be assisting in the investigation, and the Boeing engineers would possibly be able to look for clues whether they need to rectify something or there needs to be absolutely thorough investigation in all the Dreamliners, which was till the time this accident took place was considered one of the safest. So this is going to be a very important step as far as this investigation goes with the Boeing team arriving in Ahmedabad.
Because this is the first crash of a Dreamliner, and hence Boeing, the manufacturer, is facing a lot of questions now. And we are talking about the crucial voice recorder. What exactly is it, and how crucial is this cockpit voice recorder and its recovery? What will it reveal? Here are the questions which are being answered by Divya. Divya, over to you.
Thank you so much, Maria and Vasudha. You spoke about the voice recorder that has been recovered, also known as the second black box of the Air India flight A1. This is the Air India 171 flight, which crashed on the 12th of June. That has finally now been recovered. The recovery of the cockpit voice recorder as well as the flight data recorder, which was found earlier on Friday, will help piece together what really happened at that time. So, of course, this will identify the possible cause of the deadly crash, which has in fact crashed in Ahmedabad. The flight data recorder was recovered within 28 hours, do remember, by India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, marking an important step forward in the investigation that significantly aid in the inquiry. So after that, now the full conversation that took place inside the cockpit after the engines went off have been recorded. That entire conversation has been recorded as far as that recorder is concerned. We also do know that this is known as the second black box. So planes usually carry two black boxes, small but tough, and they are electronic data recorders. The first black box was found on Friday and it appears not to have been damaged too much. Hence, it's more likely to be analyzed by Indian investigating agency, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, at its headquarters in the national capital. So now there's going to be more clarity as far as that Mayday call is concerned. The message that was sent 18 seconds after its liftoff. That is that Mayday message. We do know so far is that it was Captain Sabharwal who did in fact make that Mayday call in that message to ATC, which took place within seconds after takeoff. A very experienced pilot who's had over 8,200 hours of flying experience said that the aeroplane had no thrust and that he was unable to lift. That was the message that was sent out as far as that Mayday call, that Mayday message is concerned. But were there any other audio indicators from the cockpit? That is going to be determined with that cockpit recorder that has now been recovered. What was the crew's reaction? What was the crew's resource management on the flight? This is all going to be determined thanks to that recorder. It will also be able to establish if there was a system alert that went off. So was there an alert that was given off in regard to the failure? Because speculations are rife in regard to the engine failure, in regard to what really happened. How did the plane nose dive literally within seconds of
its takeoff. So all that will be determined as to what really went down during that. So here we have the black box that has been, let's just explain that orange colored black box, which is not black in color, which is placed in the tail of the plane. There are two black boxes. One basically records the flight data is recorded, and the other in which the voice is recorded. So the two black box consists, there are two devices basically. So there are two separate black boxes, and the second black box has now been found. Remember, the first one was found within 28 hours of the crash. The flight data recorder, the FDR, was the first device that was found at the tail end of the flight. Do remember, this was the part which was intact. It was perched on top of the roof of that building. And now we have found the second recorder, the second cockpit recorder, which is a voice recorder, in which basically what is it that the pilot was saying to the co-pilot? What kind of messaging was he trying to put out? What was he conveying to the crew in order to salvage the situation? What was going through his mind? What was he saying? All that is going to be made available through that voice recorder, the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, which has now been found. A very crucial device in order to know exactly the kind of communication that was transpiring between the crew members, between the co-pilot and the pilot. Do remember, the pilot has over 8,200 hours of experience. These are the flying hours of the captain, and very experienced captain there. So there are separate technical issues that could be, whether it was an engine failure, did both the engines fail, what really happened, what really went wrong. So this is going to help determine what really happened. Was there an alert that was sounded off in regard to the system failure, if that was the case? So there are going to be minute by minute details as far as the crash is concerned, and rather it would be second by second, because it was only within seconds, half a minute before the crash that took place. To be precise, 32 seconds. Back to you, Maria and Vasudha, in the studio.
Moving on to the story that's our top focus today, the final rites of Vijay Rupani, late Chief Minister of Gujarat, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, a man known for his quiet confidence, somebody who helmed the state at very turbulent times. Gujarat comes to a standstill today. The final rites of Vijay Rupani all set to begin shortly, seen as one of its calmest, most unassuming leaders, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who perished in the tragic Air India AI-171 crash, will be cremated with full state honours today in Rajkot, which is seen as his Karya Kshetra or Karma Bhumi. And what we understand is that senior leaders of the BJP and also from the cabinet, including C.R. Patil, the Jal Shakti Minister, and also Amit Shah, the Home Minister, are likely to participate in his final rites. Vijay Rupani was often described as the man who filled the political vacuum when Narendra Modi moved to Delhi and Amit Shah took over as the national president of the BJP. A grassroots RSS worker who rose without controversy, someone who was seen as non-confrontational. He made it big in the politics of Gujarat, but he started his career as a corporator, a simple corporator from Rajkot, and he rose to becoming an MP and also finally the Chief Minister. His elevation to the Chief Minister's post in 2016 came as a surprise to many, but he was chosen over different contenders after Anandiben Patel's resignation only because he was seen as somebody who could balance different factional units within the BJP. He became CM of the state when it had just witnessed the Patidar protest, agitations over illicit liquor. In fact, in 2017 assembly elections in Gujarat, it was one of the toughest elections that BJP faced, and it was helmed by Vijay Rupani.
That's right. And before I go to the reporters who are joining us from Rajkot and also from Ahmedabad, remember his last rites will be performed in Rajkot. That is Harsh Sanghvi, who is the Home Minister of Gujarat. We also can see now Bhupendra Patel arriving in Ahmedabad. This is the crematorium from where his the last remains, the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani will be taken from here. It will be flown to Rajkot, which is roughly around 3.5-hour drive from Ahmedabad to Rajkot. Let's bring in Sanjay Singh, who is joining us here in the studio. Sanjay Singh, your best memory of Vijay Rupani?
It's very rare to meet such a humble person. Somebody who is chief
and
minister.
And a humble politician.
Humble politician or nice human being, because often you see when people actually rise to positions, there are many instances when people become slightly arrogant. But he was one person, he is quite was an inspirational personality, as you said, rising from being a simple karyakarta to a municipal corporator, to a mayor, to an MP, to state president, to chief minister. At a time when Mr. Modi's legacy was to be carried, Anandiben Patel was shifted to a governor's position, and then he was made chief minister. When we became chief minister, he was so accessible that it was generally very difficult to believe that somebody who is chief minister, and you have been to Gujarat on several occasions, and the chief minister was so accessible, so talkative, so gentle.
Yeah. Even when he would not give an interview, at least he'll say, "Come have tea with us."
Yeah.
Come have tea. Chai pila dunga. Interview ka promise nahi karta.
Interviews, of course, he gave interviews, many interviews. But as you know, you choose your timing for an interview.
Sir, he was completely unfazed by these comparisons with Narendra Modi, because he said that whenever I interviewed him, he said that I'm not getting into that game. This is Modi's Gujarat. It will remain Modi's Gujarat. So he clearly, said that line there, that he was not really, wanting to fill into somebody else's shoes.
That's right. That's also because Mr. Modi's persona, even today, is larger than life.
Yes.
Larger than life, and nobody actually can fit in.
Okay, one moment. Aishwarya is joining us from Ahmedabad. Aishwarya, over to you. What do you see?
Well, preparations are in full swing. Any moment from now, the family of Mr. Vijay Rupani can arrive over here at the civil hospital, the mortuary complex where his mortal remains had been kept. And let me show you these visuals of the ambulance which will take the mortal remains of Mr. Vijay Rupani to the Ahmedabad airport. And that has also now been kept on standby over here as we are waiting for the family of Mr. Rupani to arrive over here at Civil Hospital in Ahmedabad. Along with the family is Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and Home Minister of Gujarat Harsh Sanghvi, and a guard of honor would be also given to Mr. Vijay Rupani here at the hospital. On the other side, there you can see the senior BJP leaders from the Gujarat government waiting for the family of Mr. Rupani to arrive. Health Minister Rishikesh Patel along with the cabinet ministers of the Gujarat government clearly waiting, and any moment from now the family of Mr. Vijay Rupani will arrive over here, and there would be a guard of honor and tribute that will be given by the Gujarat government to the former chief minister who died in the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. And he will be cremated in Rajkot later today with full state honors, is what we have been told. There are also reports that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will attend the funeral procession. Preparations currently are underway for the last rites and for the guard of honor, in fact, at the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital for Gujarat's 16th Chief Minister, who was in office from August 2016 to September 2021. There are these police officers who are deployed over here for the guard of honor that will be given. There would be last respect and there you can also see the table where the mortal remains of Mr. Vijay Rupani will be kept as the ambulance is arriving over here, and that will be taking the mortal remains to the Ahmedabad airport very shortly. It has been also told to us that there are hundreds of people who are standing just outside the civil hospital as well to see the last glimpse and to pay respects to the ex-Chief Minister of Gujarat as the body would be taken. The state government member had announced a state mourning as mark of respect to Mr. Rupani with a national flag flying at half mast. It is also, the body, remember, that was identified of Mr. Rupani.
As we stay with these visuals, Sanjay Singh, your
And how do you
thoughts
see
on-
the outpouring of such grief, sir? Was it also because he came from Saurashtra, which is often seen as the fulcrum of Gujarat, although it doesn't really get that kind of attention when we talk about this?
That says the people are lined up there, and also when his body, actually mortal remains, reaches his hometown, you will see a large crowd of BJP workers, sympathizers, supporters, and family and friends, because he was a people's man. Ultimately, he was a people's man, somebody who worked at the grassroots. See, even in his death, just before death, he was Prabhari of Punjab and Chandigarh.
Yeah, that was the last organization responsible.
He was set as observer for Maharashtra elections.
There was a by-election happening in Ludhiana West or something, and he postponed his program twice just because he wanted to be there, organizing those things. That tells a story about what kind of person he was. And when he was Chief Minister, the question that you asked me on last occasion, see, nobody in Gujarat believes that he or she can actually get into footsteps. Nobody in Gujarat, nobody in India, in BJP, no worker or no leader thinks like that. And in those circumstances, it was even more important for somebody who was Chief Minister to carry that legacy, to carry those words, the works that Mr. Modi left, and from there on begin to build blocks. That was a huge challenge for somebody like Mr. Rupani, who was not somebody who flaunted his persona and something. Right. And then the change happened. When the change happened from Vijay Rupani to Bhupinder Patel, it was such a quiet affair. Right. That also conveys a lot about the kind of discipline that was inculcated in BJP's rank and file in Gujarat. People who work closely with Mr. Rupani, even when you become Chief Minister, it often happens with many people that you get so many people who try and get close to you, get things done. He was completely kind of untouched with aura of power or whatever the responsibilities that were given to him.
Maybe that is why he found it easier to also move on, right? And I remember in 2018 when I asked him this question, Gujarat had slipped a few ranks below Telangana and other states when it came to ease of doing business. And he took that question very positively, and he said that, aur kaam karna padega, that's what, I mean, so he was somebody who was not averse to difficult questions as well. Abhishek Awasthi joins us from Rajkot, and he is at this trust that was built for Vijay Rupani's son, Pujit Rupani, his youngest son that he and his wife lost very, very early in life. And this is a personal tragedy that also built the personality of Vijay Rupani. He was also seen as somebody who loved his family a lot. He was in fact on his way to meet his daughter and his family members in London. Abhishek, ye bataiye ki, tell us what do you see around you, and how are the people of Rajkot looking at this day, because this is also a very important emotional day for the people of Rajkot.
Definitely, Mr. Rupani would be the Chief Minister of Gujarat, but when it comes to his hometown Rajkot, he is known as Vijay Bhai. And let's try and speak to this members of this trust, who are running this trust along with, they used to run the trust along with Vijay Rupani, who was the chairman. Vijay Bhai nahi hai, विश्वास हो रहा है आपको?
नहीं, अभी विजय भाई का पार्थिव देह आ रहा है, वो हम मानने को लिए तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि हम कल भी मीटिंग में बैठे थे, आज भी जब यहाँ आते हैं तो सोचते हैं कि विजय भाई आएंगे तो क्या बोलेंगे, विजय भाई आएंगे तो क्या बोलेंगे, ऐसा हमें लग रहा है। हमें विश्वास भी नहीं आता है कि विजय भाई अभी ये दुनिया में नहीं है, लेकिन वो विजय भाई नहीं है, लेकिन उसने जो संस्कार दिया, उसने जो हमें सिखाया, वो कायम उसके साथ रहेगा।
विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसी कोई यादें आप अगर बता पाए यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से एक ट्रस्ट चलाते थे, एक पॉलिटिशियन तो वह है ही, लेकिन उसके साथ जो सोशल सर्विस करते थे, क्या कहेंगे?
उस साहिब का ये जो उसका जो माइंड था ना, वो पॉलिटिकली कम था, सोशल वर्क में उसको ज़्यादा दिलचस्पी थी और वर्षों से वो काम करते थे। उसको पहले वो सेवा ही की काम पहले रखता था उसके माइंड में, बाद में ये सब पॉलिटिक्स का बात रहती थी।
ये जो खास बात है कि पूरे गुजरात के लिए तो मुख्यमंत्री थे, लेकिन जब राजकोट की बात आती है, अपने कर्म भूमि की बात आती है, तो विजय भाई करके उन्हें कहा जाता है। क्या है विजय भाई की यादें आपके साथ, और ये ट्रस्ट को बनाने के पीछे का मकसद क्या था?
सही बताए, हमारे सभी के लिए वो विजय भाई ही थे। सीएम तो थे, वो डेजिग्नेशन था, मगर उनकी डेफिनेशन यही थी, परिभाषा वही थी कि वो कॉमन मैन है। और आप राजकोट में नहीं, पूरे गुजरात में किसी को भी पूछेंगे तो वो कॉमन मैन की तरह ही पेश आ रहे थे। आपने बताया पूजित रूपाणी ट्रस्ट की स्थापना ही एक सेवा के उद्देश्य से हुई है रादर। और दूसरी बात यह है कि बच्चों को पढ़ाना, एजुकेशनली, हेल्थ, बहनों को एम्पावर करना, ये सब उनके मेन उद्देश्य थे, ताकि अच्छे नागरिक बनाना उनको। सभी बच्चों का जो भी हमारा प्रोजेक्ट है स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन ओपन हाउस, उसमें भी वही मकसद था कि बच्चे कुछ बने, अच्छे नागरिक बने। अगर वो बेस है तो वो एजुकेशन है। अगर सही एजुकेशन उन तक पहुंचा, आरोग्य पहुंचा, तो सही दिशा में वो जाएंगे, और सही दिशा में अच्छे नागरिक की मीन्स वो उनको बनाने में उसका हाथ रहेगा।
देखिए, एक सपना था उनका, ये चला रहे थे ट्रस्ट। अब जिम्मेदारी आप लोगों पर है, किस तरीके से आगे इसे लेके जाएंगे, और उनका सपना साकार करना है। जो सोशल सर्विस है उसे बढ़ावा देना है और लगातार करता रहना है।
देखो, विजय भाई का मार्गदर्शन ऊपर से भी हमें मिलता रहेगा। उसने हमें जो संस्कार दिए, उसने हमें जो सिखाया है, वो हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मैं मानता हूँ विजय भाई जैसा शायद हम नहीं कर सकेंगे, क्योंकि वो तो बहुत सेवा के उद्देश्य से काम कर रहे थे। छोटे छोटे बच्चे की बहुत चिंता कर रहे थे। वो स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन, जो बच्चे स्ट्रीट में घूमते हैं, जिसका माँ बाप जो है वो माँ बाप छोटा छोटा काम करता है, वो बच्चे को डॉक्टर बनाया, वो बच्चे को इंजीनियर बनाया, वो बच्चे को सीए बनाया। ये काम विजय भाई ने किया है, और वो बच्चे की पूरी की पूरी जिम्मेदारी विजय भाई लेते थे। उसका आरोग्य की चिंता करते थे। उसके साइकिल में पंचर पड़ता था ना, तो भी विजय भाई चिंता करते थे और ट्रस्ट में से पैसा देते थे। ये विजय भाई काम कर रहे थे। हम उनके जैसा काम कर सके या न कर सके, लेकिन हमारे साथ बहुत बड़ी टीम है। अनली भाभी भी है, उसके परिवार के लोग भी है। तो हमें विश्वास है कि विजय भाई ने जो ये यज्ञ किया है, वो यज्ञ हम आगे ले जाएंगे।
विजय भाई हमारे साथ नहीं हैं, लेकिन उनके यादें अभी हमारे साथ है और आगे रहेंगी। कुछ ऐसे पल, कुछ ऐसी यादें आप हमें बता पाएं?
साहब के साथ 87 से मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। बहुत सी यादें हैं।
समझ सकते हैं आप आपकी आंखें नम है। वो बयां कर रही है कि कितना दर्द है और कितना दुख है। आप ही को नहीं, पूरे राजकोट को। You can understand, you can see that, tears in his eyes, and it is clearly, this is not only him, this is the people of Rajkot who are currently witnessing the same emotion, the same situation, since they heard that, he's not there after that tragic incident that has took place, and similar sentiments and emotion is across Rajkot, and definitely they will be bidding farewell to their loved leader today. And definitely administration has planned the entire thing, and his mortal remains will be flying soon to Rajkot. Then at his residence it would be kept to bid final farewell, and then to the cremation center. A proper route has been planned so that every individual from Rajkot could come and pay his last respect to the tall leader that is no more today. Back to you.
Crash, in fact, brought to a cruel end, one would say, an almost 3-decade-long political career. A political career where Vijay Rupani, from a corporator, went on to become the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He held the post also of the BJP State Unit Chief after becoming the State General Secretary for 4 terms. So Vijay Rupani, not just being seen as an organization man, he understood each and every the Karyakarta very, very closely, and that's the personal bond that he built. On your screens is also his wife, his daughter, and also the son-in-law. Let's go full frame with those visuals as the visuals continue to come in also from the hospital, the civil hospital, where the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani will be handed over to his family. Senior BJP leaders are also present when this entire, the journey, the last journey, the final journey of Vijay Rupani, which will begin any moment now. Manogya Loiwal is someone who has tracked Gujarat politics very closely, is joining us. We can see his wife, the daughter he was supposed to meet in London, and also the son-in-law accompanying another relatives of Vijay Rupani's family, as the mortal remains will be handed over to the family members. It's a very, very traumatic visual, a heartbreaking visual, as we see the last journey of one of the tall leaders of Gujarat that will begin any moment now, Manogya.
Well, absolutely, Maria. These are testing times for the family members especially, but entire Rajkot is mourning his death. And I'm standing here just in front of his residence. This is his residence. That is the official entry of the former Chief Minister, late former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. It has been named in the name of his son, and here you see the entire police setup that will be paying the last homage here. The rehearsals will be going on once his last rites, his last journey begins from his home to the cremation ground. That would be played out, and that is where it is being practiced. Now, important thing is that it's not just about the former Chief Minister who's being bid adieu, but also the entire Rajkot city, town, and even people from surrounding areas. Remember, there are politicians who are pouring in from across the state of Gujarat. There are MLAs, there are former ministers, there are former cabinet ministers who worked with him in his cabinet and fondly remember Vijay Bhai. Vijay Bhai is the only word that you would hear from everyone. If you ask them how was the Chief Minister's regime, what did he do, they are proud to say that he not only got aims here, but he also ensured that the water supply and the water problem of Rajkot was sorted. Imagine from 1971 when he joined Jansangh, ABVP, RSS, he's been actively working for the entire setup. But the fact that he always behaved and came across to his people like just another party member, not as the Chief Minister. Even during his Chief Minister tenure from 2016 to 2021, he was popularly known as not the CM but the common man. And that is what made him so unique and so affable to almost everyone around. It's not just about this family. If I can show you the house and show you the preparations in the house, these are a little melancholic times. We have to ensure the privacy of the family, but there are leaders from across the state, senior leaders who are here to monitor it completely. There's a separate ground that has been used to ensure that people will be arriving in huge, massive numbers. It's not just about the 5 kilometer of last journey that will be taking place from his residence to the cremation ground, but also the entire Rajkot town, city has come to a standstill. It's a different atmosphere. Remember, I visited Rajkot earlier also, but I've never seen this mood across the town, across the streets. Life has come to an initial halt for a lot of people who've lived around him, who've been attached with him. From being a normal party worker where he started in 71, a 54-year-old journey from becoming a member of parliament or even being a chief minister of the state. Remember, it's a big thing for any person who joins politics without any background. That means he just started as a karyakarta. That's what BJP people say, कि वो तो हमारे भाई हैं. और वो भाई बोलने का जो तरीका है ना, that cannot be explained, because every person I've spoken to has tears in his eyes, is emotionally very, very high on emotions, is absolutely knowing what they have lost. And when they will come here to see his last journey and see him off in the last journey, well, if I could say that even the skies are shedding their own tears in their own way in the form of rain. These are tough times, and people of that stature, when they are no more, the nature predicts their own affection towards them. This is just another way of the last journey that he would be taking from his residence to the cremation ground. Imagine, it's just not just about the police preparation here where he will be given the last salute, but also the fact that almost everyone who's come here is just waiting for moments. As I speak to you, this is the minute where we will be beginning the last salute to their beloved late former Chief Minister. Now, there is pouring in of emotions, there is pouring in of number of people who've arrived here, one after the other, increasing in numbers. And as you see behind me, these are the preparations for the last rites. This is the official salute that you give to your former chief minister, but besides that, it's melancholic, if I could say. And it's absolutely different. I will show you around on what is exactly happening.
Vijay Rupani, a house that he really treasured because this is where his children grew up in. And of course, Rajkot has been an emotional, soft spot for him. He was the mayor, he was a corporator of Rajkot before he went on to become the MP and also finally the chief minister. Aishwarya joins us from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. This is where a lot of action is taking place. Vijay Rupani's family is there. Anjali Rupani, the wife and of course the daughter and son-in-law, they've come to collect the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani, and this will all be taken to Rajkot, and people will be allowed to pay their final tributes to their beloved former chief minister, and after that the final rites of Vijay Rupani is all set to begin. Aishwarya, tell us what do you see around you and what kind of preparations has the administration done about this?
Well, last-minute preparations are underway as the family of Mr. Vijay Rupani has arrived at the civil hospital here in Ahmedabad, and the formalities that are being done inside is only the wait for the handing over of the mortal remains of former Chief Minister of Gujarat. The ambulance had been kept on standby over here. In that particular ambulance, the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani will be taken from the civil hospital over here in Ahmedabad to the Ahmedabad airport. But one thing, what I can see over here, and let us tell our viewers as well, in 2019, when Vijay Rupani, along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, inaugurated that particular hospital that's just right behind me, that's India's biggest COVID hospital.
Aishwarya, I'm going to come back to you in just 30 seconds. There's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Air India flight AI315, which was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi, was forced to return to its origin after the pilot suspected some technical issue mid-air. The flight AI315, operated by Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, in fact, went back to Hong Kong from Delhi. That's what sources are saying. What really happened? Shiv Arur is joining us live. Shiv, over to you.
Scant details coming in right now. What we can confirm is that AI315 from Hong Kong to Delhi, which took off a short while ago, has taken a U-turn and landed back in Hong Kong after the pilot declared some kind of a technical snag. The nature of this snag is not known just yet, but this Air India aircraft was a 787 Dreamliner -8, 787-8 Dreamliner, which basically means it's identical to the Air India flight 171 that crashed last Thursday in Ahmedabad. It's part of the 787 fleet. The circumstances under which a diversion was necessary and a U-turn was necessary to land back in Hong Kong suggest that this was obviously a serious technical fault, or the pilot felt compelled on forced to actually land as a note of abundant precaution. Remember, in aviation, pilots have very little margin, so they need to leave a lot of space as far as aviation safety is concerned. So the smallest signs of any kinds of trouble usually means overcompensating in terms of safety measures, and that's probably why, just to err on the side of caution, it's likely that he landed. This could be a serious fault, it could be a minor fault, we don't just know, but we must also acknowledge that in the wake of AI171, there is a heightened amount of global attention, media attention to aviation incidents. We saw an Air India flight that was that landed in Phuket after there was a bomb scare. This morning, Lufthansa flight yesterday, in fact, took a U-turn and landed back in Frankfurt after it was headed for Hyderabad owing to another bomb scare. Now you've got a technical snag forcing a Dreamliner aircraft, once again of Air India, to take a U-turn and land back in Hong Kong. So we'll have to wait to see what the nature of this fault was and whether this aircraft, this flight 315, will be cleared to proceed very soon.
Air India hasn't confirmed much, but the question then is, Shiv, that this is a Dreamliner again that we are looking at. The pilots, of course, being extremely cautious and careful after that incident which happened in Ahmedabad. But Shiv, the flight takes off from Hong Kong, it's Delhi bound. Then within how many minutes can we tell our viewers that the flight goes back to Hong Kong and lands there?
Well, that information has not come out just yet, but that will be an important factor in the investigation itself. How long after takeoff was this snag actually encountered by this particular pilot? I would be cautious about drawing any parallels as far as the 787 fleet is concerned, because remember, the investigation into the Ahmedabad crash is still ongoing. So there is no reason yet to believe that this could be a 787 issue or a flight-specific issue to what happened in Hong Kong. So I don't want to personally jump the gun on that, but I think your question is an important one because remember, in the Ahmedabad crash, the emergency, the technical snag that was encountered by the pilots happened barely seconds after takeoff. In this particular case, it appears to be a little longer than that, though we cannot confirm exactly how much time that U-turn was taken in. All we can say at this point of time is that that technical fault or that snag may have been serious enough to force a U-turn. A U-turn is never a simple decision. It's an expensive decision from an airline's perspective. Pilots are always trained to take these decisions only when they're absolutely sure that they need that decision to be taken in the interests of aviation safety, which is always paramount, and therefore this could happen. The question to ask, of course, also is whether in the wake of the Ahmedabad crash and with the DGCA issuing enhanced safety inspections on the ground for the 787 fleet, could there be a heightened sense of sensitivity to snags on the 787?
Right.
We are not sure about that. We'll have to see.
That seems to be also a possibility, a heightened sense of caution after what really happened with AI 171 in Ahmedabad. Air India flight AI 315 en route from Hong Kong to Delhi now forced to return to its origin after the pilot suspected a technical issue mid-air. Our colleague Shivaru reporting on that. It's an evolving story. We'll keep getting you details as and when we get them. It's time to take a short break. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
3 days after the Air India crash,
today is paying tribute to its beloved son of the soil, Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister and former Gujarat BJP chief. Today, his mortal remains are being handed over to his wife, daughter and son, Rishabh Rupani. Of course, Rishabh Rupani is someone who has spoken about his father extensively over the last few hours, and he has also said that he feels that there is a lot of gratitude with which he feels, particularly towards the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister. Let's cut across to Aishwarya Jain, who's joining us from the civil hospital, where close to that mortuary where his mortal remains will be handed over. I can see Ankit joining us from Rajkot, home of Vijay Rupani. Ankit, I'm coming to you, but before that, Aishwarya, what are you seeing?
Well, any moment from now, the mortal remains of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani would be handed over to the family members, as they have already arrived over here along with the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, and other cabinet ministers of Gujarat government. Let me quickly show you these visuals from the mortuary complex over here, as the senior BJP leaders along with the family members, long distance relatives of Mr. Rupani, who had all arrived over here at the mortuary complex, are patiently waiting as the detailed legal paperwork is being done inside the mortuary complex with the assistance of all those doctors and the team of officials who had been placed on that duty. As far as the government officials are concerned, the health department officials will be handing over the death certificate, the post-mortem report of Vijay Rupani, and also the FSL report to the family members. There has been also a special desk that has been set up for all the claims that the family members wanted to make as far as their belongings are concerned, and if they will get the belongings of Mr. Rupani or any of those victims, and those will be also handed over first to the family members, and later the mortal remains would be given. It is all of those senior BJP leaders as they are waiting. There will be also a guard of honor that will be given by the guards of Gujarat police, and there would be these condolences that will take place over here. As you can see in the visual, there are hundreds of people who are waiting inside the hospital. There are another 100 who are waiting outside the civil hospital as well, as they want to pay the tribute, the last respects and their condolences to the family members of Mr. Rupani, who had served for almost 5 years as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. But where I'm reporting is a place which is in close connection of Mr. Rupani as well. That civil hospital that you see right behind me over here, that's India's biggest COVID hospital that was inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Vijay Rupani in 2019 itself. And just 100 meters away, that's the mortuary complex where today Vijay Rupani's dead body is. And unfortunately, he died in that airplane crash. And now people are offering their condolences, because it's tragic loss for just not the state of Gujarat, for the entire country as well, as Vijay Rupani's mortal remains now being taken over from the mortuary complex, and ambulances had been kept on standby.
One of the heart-wrenching scenes that I saw 2 days ago was also Anjali Rupani, the wife of Vijay Rupani, saying that I want to see my husband just one final time. I want to see his face. But of course, the bodies are so badly charred, and that really could not be possible. Tell us this aspect to Vijay Rupani, the fact that he was also a family man, somebody who always gave time to his family, and the couple, both Anjali and Vijay Rupani, were BJP karyakartas, somebody who were involved in Saurashtra BJP's operations throughout a large part of their lives. He joined the BJP when he was just 24 years old. His father-in-law was also a core member of the RSS. Tell us this aspect to him, apart from being a CM and a state president of the BJP, the fact that he was also a family man, how does that reflect on his personality?
Well, he was very close to his family, and we have seen often those pictures of him with his granddaughter, and that was one of the reasons perhaps he was going to London for celebration of his daughter's granddaughter's birthday, and perhaps he would have returned after a few days. But unfortunately, that air crash happened, and he was sitting in the front seats of that. Apart from giving absolute time to his family, being in Rajkot for months, whenever, during the days of him being a member of parliament, him being in Delhi, he always used to come over here and spend a lot of time. But he has that connection with Rajkot, and therefore the reason perhaps it has been anticipated that thousands of people will turn to give the condolences to him as well, being councillor to the mayor and then rising to the ranks of the chief minister. 1206 is one of the number that he was very fond of, personally, professionally. His days from his scooter days and from the car that he drives all has that 1206 number, and it was 12 June 1206 that day when he died as well, taking that number along with him. Let me quickly show you these visuals, as well as there is some movement which is happening at the mortuary complex, as now, any time from now,
we'll try and connect with Aishwarya any moment now, but let me bring in Ankit. Ankit, what are you seeing at his home in Rajkot?
Well, Rajkot, the hometown, the Karam Bhumi of Mr. Rupani at this moment is in mourning. All across the city there are posters of Mr. Rupani, people paying their tributes to him. At this very place where I'm standing, this is right next to his residence. It's in the complex of a temple where for the people, this is where Mr. Rupani's mortal remains would be brought in, and they would be able to pay their respects to him. We have been told between 4 to 5 is the time which has been kept for this, where the Home Minister is also expected. What you are seeing at this moment is the preparations being done by the state police, or the rehearsal being done by the state police as far as the mortal remains are concerned, because remember, he will be cremated with full state honors. And what you are seeing on your screens is the rehearsal which is going on. These 6 policemen will be the bearers as far as the mortal remains, the coffin is concerned. And then they are in fact practicing. Not only just a short while back, the police band also came in, but the entire journey, last rites of Mr. Rupani, as they would be conducted with full state honors in Gujarat. One day mourning has also been in fact been declared for Mr. Rupani, the former chief minister. Very interestingly, as Aishwarya was also saying, people still, I was speaking to a few of his neighbors, and they were remembering him saying that from his days of a councillor to even the chief minister and the MP, things didn't change much for him as far as this colony, the Prakash colony, where his residence is. And he was quite accessible to people even when he was the chief minister, though their security increased his, but there are a few of his old friends that have come. There used to be a group of friends, 12 of them. Mr. Rupani knew them from college days, and somehow their children had given that group a name of Dirty Dozen. That is how they were known here in Rajkot. So a lot of anecdotes, a lot of memories attached to Mr. Rupani, 68-year-old BJP leader who passed away in this air crash, and possibly one of the most noted ones on that flight AI-171. The family of also, like Vasudha was pointing out earlier, met the Prime Minister today. It is expected the Chief Minister of State, Bhupendra Patel, would also be accompanying the family when they come here. It was from Mr. Rupani that
laying the wreath now on the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani. Other leaders, including Harsh Sanghvi, who is the state's Home Minister, is present. Other senior leaders of the BJP, of the Gujarat unit, are all present as the last journey, the final journey.
Rishikesh Patel also offering his tributes, and like Maria said, the MOS home was also there, Harsh Sanghvi, and this is Harsh Sanghvi, the MOS home. And before that, of course, Bhupendra Patel. And these are all ministers of the cabinet who are offering their tributes. And you also see several of them.
That's former Deputy Chief Minister Nitin Patel offering his tributes. The mortal remains has been handed over to the wife, the daughter and son of Vijay Rupani. That's the family members. His wife, who's been a BJP worker as well, managing the state unit for several years now. She, standing next to what's perhaps the toughest moment that she's facing of her life, next to her husband's mortal remains. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, over to you.
Well, the family members paying last respects to Mr. Rupani, and there you can see the coffin rolled with the Indian flag over there. There are senior cabinet ministers from the Gujarat government that I can see just right behind me. It is the mortal remains which has just come out, guard of honor that will be given to former Chief Minister of Gujarat who has served the state from August 2016 to September 2021. He was the 16th Chief Minister and died in the tragic air crash on 12th of June. It is now the body which is being taken, the mortal remains of Mr. Vijay Rupani now taken towards the ambulance, and from here directly the mortal remains would be taken to the Ahmedabad airport. There you can see one by one all the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party from the Gujarat unit, the cabinet ministers, chief minister standing over there, home minister, health minister of the state of Gujarat, all paying last respects before the mortal remains goes from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, from the mortuary complex over here towards the Ahmedabad airport, where from air ambulance this mortal remains will be taken to Rajkot, where the last rites will begin. We are expecting the senior leadership from the Bharatiya Janata Party that can also arrive in Rajkot to pay the last respects. But these are first and exclusive visuals. Now the guards taking up the mortal remains. The family clearly devastated about the loss that they have witnessed. It is, of course, a vacuum in the Bharatiya Janata Party unit in Gujarat. A state mourning has been announced for a day here in Gujarat as well. As we can see now, the guards standing in front of those mortal remains will be shifting it to the ambulance, and they will be taking directly to the Ahmedabad airport. Accompanying the mortal remains would be the family members, closest one, the wife, daughter, and the son who had arrived from London, and they will be heading via air ambulance to the city of Rajkot, where he was once the mayor and also had served the people over there, loved.
Well, those visuals there of mortal remains of Vijay Rupani being handed over to his family and the whole of Gujarat cabinet being present in full attendance. Bhupendra Patel was amongst the first to pay his tributes, followed by Rishikesh Patel, the health minister, senior ministers of the cabinet, including MOS Harsh Sanghvi. His entire family is present. Anjali Rupani, his wife, his son, Rishabh Rupani. And of course, all of that, the mortal remains will be sent to Rajkot now, which is seen as his emotional spot, a place that he represented as an MLA, as an MP, and also went on to become the CM from. And that is also where his mortal remains will be kept for people, for common people to come and pay respects to Vijay Rupani, the late Chief Minister of Gujarat, who lost his life in the horrible plane crash that took place recently.
Yes, Vijay Rupani from the neutral Jain Bania community was announced as Anandiben Patel's successor in 2016. He went on to become the Chief Minister then, and in 2017 was when he steered the BJP victory, where though the BJP won its lowest BJP tally in the state ever at 99 in a 182-member Gujarat Assembly, Vijay Rupani was again picked up as the Chief Minister, and he did face a lot of political challenges, but that's what politics and politicians who have spent over 3 decades in politics have to face. Vijay Rupani was seen as a man of organization. He went on to also become the member of parliament from Rajkot constituency. As the chief minister, he handled the COVID-19 pandemic, and also and that was the time when Gujarat administration faced a lot of questions, but today he will be remembered as a leader who had grassroots connections, who rose in the ranks, and that is what quintessential BJP stands for. When a Karyakarta can go on to become to helm the state, not just as the state unit chief, but also as the state chief minister. Vijay Rupani, survived by his wife, his daughter, and also his son. You can see those visuals, and of course now his body will be flown to Rajkot, where the last journey, the final journey of Vijay Rupani, 68-year-old, will begin. It's a very, very emotional moment for the family members and also for the people of Rajkot. They have seen the rise of Vijay Rupani. Let me bring in Ankit again, who continues to be with us from Rajkot, outside the residence of Vijay Rupani. Ankit, if you can hear me, you have been speaking to his family, you have been speaking to his friends. All of them have stories to share about the personal side of Vijay Rupani. What made Vijay Rupani that very, very liked and also very, very affable leader?
You know, I think it was his ability not only to connect with his constituency, but, seem approachable. It was, he was somebody who was even behind, when he was the chair, on the chair of the chief minister, behind all those security paraphernalia, was seen as somebody who was accessible. And that made Vijay Rupani, for a lot of people here, especially in Rajkot, as somebody that they knew. They might have just heard about him from, people from his early days, but there is a sense that you talk to even the younger generation here, they would tell you that, there was a sense that you knew him personally. And that's why for Rajkot, it seems a very, very personal, devastating loss, where all across, you've seen these posters of Mr. Rupani and people paying tribute to him. It's raining today in Rajkot. The forecast through the day is of, a rainfall throughout the day. That has not stopped people to either come here or eventually that, we are expecting a lot of people to turn up when he's taken not only from the airport to this place, but from here to the crematorium, which is about 5 kilometers from where I'm standing in the Prakash colony. Like you and Vasudha Maria were talking about Mr. Rupani and his political journey. I remember covering the 2017, elections of Gujarat. And as you pointed out, it was possibly one of the closest that the BJP came to losing and the Congress came to winning in the last 3 decades or so. And, just before the results were announced, at that point of time, there was this whole thing created that Mr. Rupani, who had taken over just about a year back, that he is going to be the scapegoat. The entire blame will fall on his shoulders. And but destiny, how it turns, the BJP still managed to win. And Mr. Rupani came back as the chief minister. That was, of course, one of the biggest highlights of his political career, of being a sitting chief minister, winning, Gujarat and coming back on the seat of power, not, withholding the challenges that he had to face from outside and within the political combinations as well. And that tells you how politically, deft he was in maneuvering those challenges for so many years. And of course, a hardcore Karyakarta. He took over from Anandiben Patel, and as soon as he was told that it's time to, pass on the baton to Bhupendra Patel, Mr. Rupani, did that without the usual drama that you would associate with any other political party, where seat of power becomes the most important thing. And that is exactly how he's being defined today. He's been remembered today as an organization man, a thorough RSS man, as somebody who believed in taking people along rather than confrontation.
Right. Also, Ankit, there was certain aspect to Vijay Rupani as a chief minister. Every time I would speak to him, there was, he was particularly interested in the irrigation projects, Sujalam Suflam Yojana. He was also particularly interested in domicile reservations, and it was very human-centric. He would always talk about how it is important to be accessible to people. He didn't talk about big industrial projects, but very small things. What aspects of his personality do you think rubbed on to his political career as well? Because Vijay Rupani, the head of BJP in Gujarat, is not very different from Vijay Rupani, who was the chief minister. Affable, accessible, and a Karyakarta at heart.
I think the whole the aspect that you were speaking about, being people-centric and being accessible to people, like I've been saying, even when he was the chief minister, with all the security paraphernalia, people felt that he's still just a call away, that you could walk to his house and if Mr. Rupani is in Rajkot, he will give you a patient hearing. And being an organization man, he was also somebody when they were, warring factions, BJP thinking of how they want to move forward, because, it was difficult difficult for anybody to fill the giant shoes that that Mr. Narendra Modi left being the head of the state here in Gujarat. Mr. Rupani came in as somebody who was able to take people along, not as a compromise candidate, but as somebody who could, who had connections across, every big leader, across every big faction in the BJP, and was able to take them along, and that helped during his chief minister, ship as well. The time that he was able to get a chief minister, deputy chief minister like Mr. Patel, and he was also seen as somebody. And remember, this was also the period when the BJP was coming after the upheaval of very closely losing or coming close to losing that election, the whole partidar agitation. So he was seen as a calming factor in the state from 2017 going onwards, and that's the role that he played. And I think his personality of not being too hindered, about things, about trying to weather all the storms, whether politically or personal, in that much calm fashion, that helped him not only as the chief minister, but also earlier as the party president, and then of course becoming the MP of Rajkot as well.
Ankit, just stay with us because there is a piece of breaking news coming in. In fact, the government of India, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has notified the caste census. The preparations, remember, has been announced by Home Minister Amit Shah, who held a meeting with senior officials only last night. And he said that census will include caste enumeration for the first time, and as many as 34 lakh enumerators and supervisors, and around 1.3 lakh census functionaries will conduct the operation with cutting-edge mobile digital gadgets. And this exercise, which is very, very crucial in nature, will begin on 1st of March 2027. Let's bring in Akhilesh. Akhilesh, what else can you tell us?
Because census notification has been notified in the official gazette, so now the census process has commenced, and this is going to be the 8th census since independence. And for the first time in India after independence, the castes will be counted. So this is going to be a big, huge political issue, especially keeping the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections in mind. As far as the census process is concerned, it will take part in the two phases. In the first phase, all the houses will be counted, and in the second phase, all those residents in the houses, every individual will be counted. So these two phases will be commenced, and this is very important census, as I mentioned, that because for the first time since 1931, the caste will be counted for the first time.
Right, Akhilesh, also help us understand, there are two aspects to the census this time which makes it even more special. One, like Maria said, caste will be enumerated after 1931. The second thing is, of course, it will lay the basis for delimitation exercise, which is a politically contentious topic. Help us understand how is the RJI, or for that the state government or the center government, the Home Ministry, looking at maneuvering these issues, and how is the opposition looking at this, because two of its demands, the caste census and the census itself, have been now met.
Well, for the central government, the first priority is to implement women reservation in 2029 Lok Sabha election. This is the whole idea behind this census exercise. The government sources are very confident that before that, means that before 2029 Lok Sabha elections, the delimitation process will be completed. Though it looks like a very tough task, because after the census is completed, it will take at least 1 to 2 years to come out with the entire data. But the government is confident. They are saying because for the first time, the digital census will be done, and that is why the data will come in the first 9 months or 10 months or so. And immediately after that, the constitution has to be amended by parliament to constitute the delimitation commission. And the central government is also confident that the concerns expressed by the southern states will be taken into account, and that is why there will be no reason for any complaint by them.
All right, Akhilesh, thank you so much for joining us. We are shifting focus back to our ongoing coverage of the tribute which is being poured in from across the country to the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, that is Vijay Rupani. Let's cut across to those visuals which are coming in. And joining us now is Jainarayan Vyas, former Health Minister of Gujarat. We also have Dr. Shirish Kashikar, who is the Director of Mass Communication and Journalism Institute of Ahmedabad, and Ajay Ummat is Group Editor of Ahmedabad Mirror and of Gujarat Samay. I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Ummat. We are looking at those very, very poignant images come in of the entire Gujarat unit, the entire Gujarat administration, right from the Chief Minister and also the family members of late Vijay Rupani in attendance. When we look at these images, I would want you to remember Vijay Rupani and your memories of Vijay Rupani.
Maria, look, Vijay Rupani, when he started his career as Chief Minister of Gujarat, it was a very, very turbulent period for Bharatiya Janata Party. You must have seen that, the 2017 elections, Bharatiya Janata Party has reached to its lowest ebb, 99 versus 77 of Congress Party. The reason was, it was a time of Patel reservation, agitation, and Jignesh Mewani and Alpesh Thakur and Hardik Patel. They had taken against Bharatiya Janata Party. So Vijay Rupani was brought in at that point of time, and though caste combination or caste equation was not in his favor, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Bhai Shah, they thought that he is the right person to handle the situation. And I distinctly remember in his first speech he said that I have not come here to play a 5-day cricket match or 1-day cricket match. It will be a 2020 match, and he really delivered. He under his stewardship, party sailed through that 2017 assembly election successfully, and from that point of time, he became a person who has made institutions in Gujarat. For example, if you consider his Rajkot constituency, it was he who has played pivotal role in bringing, All India Institute of Medical Science, AIMS in Rajkot, International Airport in Rajkot, and the biggest contribution of Mr. Vijay Rupani was that, under his leadership, Mr. Jainan Vyas, who is with us, he can also elaborate that point, that Nabda irrigation project was completed, but, Sauni irrigation project and, a lot of other pipeline projects were completed during his period, and that was the reason that the water crisis in Rajkot and in Saurashtra region was sorted out. He also contributed a lot of things during the Corona period, because as I told you, the turbulent period started in 2019 and to 2021 when Corona and lockdown period was in Gujarat, and during that period also he has done a lot of good things. Number one, that he has also abolished that VVIP culture in Gujarat. He was one who was leading from front, and he said that, I will not use a car with red light. And he was very amiable person, talking to everybody, getting feedback. So one of the finest leaders that
Very
we had.
interesting points. Mr. Vyas, every time I met Mr. Rupani, he would talk about the Sujalam Suflam Yojana, which was the irrigation
Sauni
Yojana.
and Sujalam Suflam.
Or, yeah, the Sauni Yojana, or for that matter, even the domicile reservation, which was happening then because Alpesh Thakur's agitation was going on. Help us understand what are the key policy interventions that Mr. Rupani made during his tenure as the Chief Minister. And he made it very clear that he was just taking forward the vision of Narendra Modi, isn't it?
See, Mr. Ajay Ummat mentioned about Sauni and Sujlam Suflam. I think that Sujlam Suflam was a child which was handed over to him, which was an unfit child, and lot of problems. North Gujarat being alluvial soil area, water scarce area, needed something, and North Gujarat was given this lollipop called Sujlam Suflam, which but for Mr. Rupani, I don't think anybody else would have so succinctly and sort of quietly got on with the job and done whatever best could be done out of the burning house, whatever could be salvaged. Because Sujlam Suflam itself is a big hoax. It's a big, according to me, much talked about list delivered scheme, and it was but for Mr. Rupani's tactful way of handling it, it would have been severely exposed, especially at a time when he came to power, succeeding Anandiben Patel. I also do not agree with Mr. Umar that he did not belong to any majority community. It was this which was main qualification. If he belonged to any of the majority communities, the other community at that time was so excited that automatically they would have been a fighting force against him. So being from a small community, being from a business community, being a softer face of Bharatiya Janata Party, I think was a basic qualification which made him got selected for this post. And I must say, to his credit, he batted with his head down and delivered what was expected out of him without much ado. So I think Rupani was picked up because he was from a minority community. He was from a caste which is a business caste, and he was a face which is a softer face. And over and above that, he had good knowledge about the workers because he had served as more than once served as the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party and later that president of the Bharatiya Janata Party's Sangathan state unit organization.
Okay. Quickly, Professor Kashikar, I wanted to ask you, you heard both the panelists out. What are the factors about Vijay Rupani that made him survive and thrive in the BJP, specifically in Gujarat? And today, how do you see the outpouring of tributes for him?
See, the basic part of during his rule in Gujarat was that he was the most affable person. Anyone can go and anyone can meet. And I think the roots of all these traits were lie in his youth because he was the Karyakarta of ABVP. He started his career from ABVP. He had the Sangh connection and due to all these things. And then he later on he shifted to BJP and then he started the climbing the ladder in the leadership in BJP. But even during those times, when even in, if we see, though he belonged to Rajkot and his political career started from Rajkot, we must say that in BJP, after Jansangh part, during Jansangh, Keshubhai was there. Keshubhai Patel was the face of BJP, very rustic and rural. He belonged to rural area of Saurashtra and he represented that part of Saurashtra or Gujarat rather we can say. But in the case of Vijay Bhai, he belonged to the city area. He represented a sort of urban face of BJP and he worked very hard for BJP even in those days when BJP was not in power. And from there he
come back to you in 30
career.
seconds, sir. Let me bring in Aarti, who has some special aspects of Vijay Rupani's life. Aarti, over to you.
That's right, Maria. Thank you. Now, of course, let me take our viewers to what exactly happened. Just an overview of the story, right? Vijay Rupani, he died in the Air India crash. He survived by his wife and 2 children. Leaders had gone to meet them, console them as well at their residence. Now, remember, he served as the Gujarat CM for 2016 to 2021. Not just that, he was also appointed as the BJP in charge for Punjab elections. Now, in 2006, he was made the General Secretary of BJP's Gujarat state unit, and he's been connected to the BJP since 1980. He's also been part of the RSS as well. Now, Vijay Rupani, he was a former stockbroker as well, so he's a man of finance, and he was the chairman of the Saurashtra Stock Exchange Board as well.
All right. Thank you, Aarti, for that quick update on the life and time of Vijay Rupani. Dr. Suresh, you were making a point. Please go ahead and finish it.
Yeah, so that's why, and then he started the climbing ladder in BJP, and he proved his mettle during his days in Sangathan. When he was working with BJP Sangathan, he came into the power. He came to the power as a minister into the ministry of Anandiben. But before that, he was the Rajya Sabha MP also, and he was the state president of BJP also. So he had idea about the Sangathan part as well in the government part also. He was also the minister, cabinet minister. First, he was elected first time into the in his constituency as an MLA, and he became the cabinet minister directly.
If I were to ask you, what are the aspects of Mr. Rupani that helped him thrive and survive? Because, Gujarat is seen as the land of very strong leaders. Mr. Rupani, like both the panelists also pointed out, that he came from the minority community, but also he helped the BJP perform this balancing act of not really, angering any dominant community here. Did that work out for him? Was he even expecting to be the chief minister? How did he look at his own elevation?
Technically, though it is called the minority community in constitutionally, but in Gujarat we all know that Jain community is very powerful both politically and financially, and he belonged to that community, right? But it's not about the power of money or the political power. He was such a ground to earth person, and he had that because, as I said earlier, he was attached to Sangathan and the government both. So he had experience of both the sides, and he knew how to keep the fine balance between government and Sangathan. And that's why during his tenure as a chief minister, he could keep the fine balance between both, and he ruled very well. The only challenging part during his tenure as a chief minister was the corona part. And I think he tried very hard to come out of this. But unfortunately, we know that his resignation was taken and
Talk about
he was
this
replaced by
place
Mr.
from
Bhupendra.
where Vijay Rupani started his journey, and also, that has been his Karambhumi, Rajkot West. That was also the constituency from where Prime Minister Modi contested his assembly election for the first time. And in that campaign also, Vijay Rupani was made the campaign in charge. That we are looking at February of 2002. Would you take our viewers back to that time and talk about the equation between the Prime Minister and late Vijay Rupani?
Interestingly,
That's
constituency belonged to...
Dr. Suresh, that's the question to Vijay Umat.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Maria, the interesting part, I distinctly remember, Mr. Modi was appointed as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. But, then there was a dilemma from which constituency he would contest. And Vajubhai Wala, who was Minister of Finance at that point of time, he voluntarily offered that, Mr. Modi can come and contest from that constituency, because it was considered to be the safest constituency for Bharatiya Janata Party. If you consider the top 10 safest constituency of Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat, like in Parliament, you say that Gandhinagar or Surat or Navsari is the safest. Likewise, in assembly segment, top 3, you can consider Rajkot was one of the most safest. So Vajubhai Wala voluntarily offered Mr. Narendra Modi that you come and contest from Rajkot constituency, and Mr. Modi had gone there. And Vijay Rupani was in charge, and he was in charge not only for Mr. Narendra Modi, but he used to be in charge for even Vajubhai Wala when he used to contest from that constituency. I distinctly remember in 2012, everybody thought, that Mr. Modi is going to become Prime Minister in 2014. So in 2012 Assembly election, Mr. Rupani would be offered that Assembly seat, but it was not offered to him, and everybody thought that he will be upset. I asked him, Vijay bhai, you were supposed to contest from this. He said, no, my job as Karyakarta is to whatever my party will say, and I have faith in Somnath. And when Anandiben became Chief Minister and Vajubhai Wala became Governor of Karnataka, then that seat was vacated, and Vijay bhai on that particular day was going from Junagadh to Somnath for darshan. And when I spoke to him, he said, Ajay, I told you that I have faith in Somnath Dada, and Somnath Dada had given me this opportunity, and now I will contest from assembly seat in Rajkot.
So that was the wonderful story of the by-poll election that took place in Rajkot West. Thank you, Ajay Umar, for that wonderful insight. Here's some breaking news with regard to the Air India crash that took place. It has been an agonizing wait for families waiting to be handed over the mortal remains of their loved ones. Families are awaiting DNA matching results. DNA sampling takes about 72 hours. The body of the Air India captain is yet to be handed over. The mortal remains are yet to be handed over to the family. No DNA matching has taken place yet, is what we understand. Manogya joins us with more details on this. Manogya, tell us a little bit about the kind of wait, the unending wait that families have to go through, because DNA sampling and testing does take that kind of time.
Well, it will take a little bit of time, or rather more than 72 hours per identification, because there are multiple tests that are being done. The bodies are in a condition that they have to be stitched together and then handed over to the family. There are times where the doctors have been telling us that they're working non-stop, and a single body might have to be tested 3 times whether the DNA is matching or not. In fact, the kind of condition of the mutilated bodies that have been recovered and completely charred bodies, that will itself give you an idea on what is the condition of the entire laboratory that is working tirelessly. Remember, FSL has confirmed that they are working on war footing. not just for handing over the bodies, but also ensuring that this could be one of the fastest moves to ensure that everyone gets back their family members or the corpse of the family members as soon as possible. It has taken time. That itself reflects with the former Chief Minister body
Because
to be
Prime
handed
Minister
over
Modi
to the family.
is
Took
in
almost
Cyprus. We are cutting across to those visuals which are coming in now. This is the ceremonial welcome. In fact, that has happened already. Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus. He received a heartfelt and warm welcome from the Indian diaspora as he arrived for this three-nation tour. He was greeted by the diaspora. Prime Minister Modi is the first ever Indian Prime Minister to visit the Mediterranean nation. And his arrival is being described as a historic moment by both Indian and Indian community and also the diplomacy of this nation. PM Modi is accompanied by a large delegation of around 100 officials and he will be meeting the President of Cyprus as well. Earlier, Prime Minister was received by the President at the international airport. And he is scheduled to hold delegation level talks with the President of Cyprus. Key issues on the agenda include expanding cooperation in trade and investment. It's also IT, defense, shipping, renewable energy and people-to-people ties, which are high on Prime Minister's agenda. And both these leaders are expected to exchange views on global and regional developments, including maritime security and situation in West Asia. And ahead of his arrival, the Indian diaspora in Cyprus was brimming with excitement. We have Vishal is joining us. Vishal, India and Cyprus have traditionally enjoyed strong traditional and diplomatic relations since the establishment of ties, that was in 1962. And now we are seeing those visuals of Prime Minister Modi becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to arrive in Cyprus for this crucial meeting.
You summed it up pretty well, Maria. So this is a historic visit. In decades, this is the first Prime Minister from India to land in Cyprus and have an extensive meeting with the Indian diaspora there. There are at least about 14 to 15,000 people of Indian origin living in that tiny island nation, which seems to have really good ties with India for a while now. And this is another step in that direction to consolidate those ties, to take those ties to next level. And also, this visit is important because it is also a statement to Turkey, which seemed to have sided with Pakistan in the recent conflict with India, seem to have provided drones, seem to have provided personnel to train Pakistani personnel. So this was also a statement made by India by visiting Cyprus. Cyprus and Turkey have had a long history of fraught relations. So that is what India has been trying to comment on by visiting Cyprus and saying to Turkey that India also has a hold in that region. So it's a significant visit, as we've been talking about throughout the day, that this will build the ties to the next level. There will be several things discussed. Several things have already been discussed, be it shipping industry, be it how to take the ties to the next level. So all of the topics have been discussed, and you can see the pictures live on screen. Prime Minister is there. Now he'll be heading to Canada for the G7 meet, which has its the center in Mid East right now, because whether we like it or not, the war between Israel and Iran has gripped debates across the world. It had originally been thought that Russia-Ukraine war would be having as a center point here, but it's now Israel and Iran.
Right. Vishal, the Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus on the way to the G7 summit is also a message to Turkey, like you rightly pointed out. How is India looking at deepening its ties with the regional allies of Turkey, including Armenia, Egypt and Cyprus? We sent multi-party delegations to the other two countries. The Prime Minister himself is visiting Cyprus today. What kind of a message is Turkey going to get from all of this?
So as I've been talking about, and all of our reporters have been talking about, that the Turkey and Pakistan ties were highlighted in the recent past, especially regarding Op Sindoor, in which a lot of Turkish drones were used, a lot of trainers from Turkey had arrived and provided some help to Pakistan. That's what the reports suggested. There's no confirmation on that. So that is how India is trying to turn this and have a say on the world stage when it comes to, having a stand that whoever sides with Pakistan will be isolated on the world stage. And India, to a large extent, has been able to do that, because the delegation that India sent across the world right after Op Sindoor was received with open arms all across the globe. But on the other hand, Pakistan's delegation seemed to have suffered consecutive embarrassments across the globe, whether be it in US and other places where one of the senior most lawmakers in the US questioned Pakistan delegation that first you have to look into yourself, first you look into your own territory by promoting so many terrorist organizations. You have been setting bad examples, so first you look into your territory, then you question India. So it has been pretty successful for India when it comes to reaching out to rest of the nations in the last 1 or 2 months.
Now on the timing of this visit, because Prime Minister is visiting Cyprus, which is a member of the European Union at a time when it is all set to assume the rotating presidency of the EU, which is early next year. And we have seen an increased trade relations between India and European Union, multiple countries, and now this visit, a first and also a historic one.
That is correct. And as you mentioned, India and EU are looking to have that FTA, that elusive FTA that has been under consideration for a while now. But in the recent past, in the last 1 month or two, there have been several developments on that front. Many reports suggest that there could be an FTA between India and EU in the next 1 year or so, or could be sooner than that. At the same time, India has also signed one FTA with UK that was a former EU nation. So India has been signing EU FTAs and also other agreements with many different nations. Also is the FTA with US, which is likely to be signed in the next 1 year. The first tranche of that agreement will be signed by the fall, by September or October. So there have been many developments on the business front. This will be yet another chapter in that, because as you mentioned, Cyprus will be heading the EU forum for some time. So to establish, to consolidate relations with the country that will be heading EU will definitely augur well for the nation.
Which will also help us understand, Cyprus is seen as really rich when it comes to natural gas. What are the other aspects of Cyprus which can be useful to India and other partners when it comes to building relations with Cyprus?
Biggest thing would be the shipping industry in Cyprus, because Cyprus and the neighboring countries are big on shipping. The routes that are connecting these countries to the rest of the world, these are some of the most important routes, especially near the Mediterranean. That tiny stretch of sea sees some of the most busy shipping routes in the world. Some of the most some of the biggest containers pass through these routes. So this will be a key win for India if India is going to sign some shipping agreements with Cyprus and some of the neighboring countries.
Right. Also, Vishal, this is the Prime Minister's first international visit after Operation Sindoor. How is India's fight against terrorism going to be an important part of his three-nation tour? How is the Prime Minister also going to explain India's position and also in some ways garner the kind of support that India needs diplomatically against Pakistan?
Well, India's fight against terrorism, this fight has been, received with open arms across the globe. Just now we spoke about the delegations that were sent by India and Pakistan both. There was a stark contrast between both the delegations. Indian delegation spanned almost all across the globe, was received almost everywhere with open arms, and Pakistan was heavily criticized. So the world is taking notice what India is trying to say about Pakistan, which is clearly the hotbed of terrorism, and that is what the concentration has been, to highlight how Pakistan has been trying to promote terrorism and also at the same time getting these key positions. Just a few weeks ago, Pakistan was given 2 key positions at the UNSC, which is one of which is the key Taliban Sanctions Committee and the other one is the the other one also deals with terrorism. So the two key UNSC groups are now headed by Pakistan. So this is a quandary that India needs to counter because Pakistan has strong allies. So the fact that India is trying to highlight Pak's terror angle to the world stage is quite important and has been taken notice of.
Yes, that's right. And Prime Minister Modi is accompanied by a large delegation, which is around 100 officials, and they are visiting Cyprus on invitation of President Nikos, who is the president of Cyprus. And Prime Minister, during his visit, will be meeting there'll be delegation level talks with the president. There are key issues on the agenda, which includes expanding cooperation in trade and investment, defense and shipping, as Vishal was highlighting. People-to-people ties again become very important, because as soon as the Prime Minister arrived, there was a huge Indian diaspora which welcomed him. The Prime Minister, remember, had engaged the diaspora and exchanged greetings and acknowledged their support. The diaspora meet has been one of the big highlights of Prime Minister Modi's international tour in the last 11 years. And then there will be business around shipping and other aspects. And these two countries have traditionally enjoyed strong diplomatic relations since the establishment of ties in 1962. What we have seen is Cyprus had consistently supported India's position on Kashmir and other key issues on international platforms, including the United Nations. So that diplomatic, support or strong diplomatic relations which has been there between the two countries, Vishal, becomes important. We can see perhaps the bilateral meetings which have begun between the two countries. The president of Cyprus, Nikos Christodoulidis, that's his name, can be seen along with Prime Minister Modi. Although the Indian community in Cyprus may be small in number, but they play a very, very vital role in local education, healthcare and business sectors. This kind of bonhomie which is on display is essentially reflecting the deep-rooted historic ties between the two nations.
Right, Maria, like you rightly pointed out, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Cyprus is the first by any Indian Prime Minister in 23 years. It's also being viewed, like Vishal said, as a diplomatic signal to Turkey, which in some ways had backed Pakistan when it came to Operation Sindoor. Turkey is, just for the understanding of our viewers, Turkey has occupied 1/3 of the island since 1974. It has backed Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. This is also a diplomatic move by India to send across a message that it has taken note of Turkey's support. Prime Minister's trip is the first trip abroad by him since Operation Sindoor was initiated. It's being seen particularly important in that context, because India also wants to tell the world about how it is a victim of terror and needs to tell the world about the new normal that it has put in place. The Prime Minister is visiting Cyprus at the invitation of the President of Cyprus. He's also, like you rightly pointed out, accompanied by a delegation of over 100 officials, and this is part of his 3-nation tour that will span across 5 days, and it includes Canada for the G7 summit. This is also the first ever visit to Croatia by an Indian Prime Minister, which also then becomes very important. The Cyprus visit, like we were talking about, is significant for diplomatic, economic and geopolitical reasons, and it reflects the growing importance of this part of the world in India's broader and global outlook. Vishal joins us back. Vishal, just for the benefit of our viewers, just sum it up as to how important is the Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus. Why is this country important in the context of Operation Sindoor, and what does this visit entail?
Decided to visit Cyprus is because India wanted to establish, a stance on the global stage that showed that India has its allies in the region, in the same region that is occupied by Turkey. So Turkey is a powerful player in the region, and Turkey went on to help Pakistan in Op Sindoor. It was widely condemned for that. There were many backlash, campaigns against the country. So this establishes the fact that India has a key ally in the region. The fact that PM Modi chose Cyprus as the first foreign nation to visit after Op Sindoor. That itself is a statement and goes on to show how serious India is when it comes to establishing new relations, having new frontiers. That shows that India's influence is growing in the region, and also the fact that one of the two main reasons why India is visiting, PM Modi is visiting there, is also because of the fact that the key defense and shipping ties will be established between India and Cyprus, which is one of the key shipping nations in the world. It's strategically located near the Mediterranean Sea. Many big container ships pass through the waters each day. So it holds great significance when it comes to strategic ties. So that will be looked at, and also as we've been talking about, Op Sindoor was always in the picture because as we mentioned, Turkey went on to help Pakistan. India condemned Pakistan and Turkey both, and through this visit, India has established that India has an ally in the region.
All right. A word also on, as you said, strategically located, and how does it benefit Indian interests, Vishal?
One of the key areas through which ships take containers across the globe. Many big companies across the globe have containers running through through those waters. So if India has an ally in the region, Indian companies could also benefit because some of these regions, such as the Mediterranean Sea region, such as the Strait of Hormuz region, which is quite disturbed at the moment, hold great significance because these small specks of waters have shipping containers across the globe, have passage of ships throughout the year. So these are areas which has the eyes of business leaders across the globe. So India, if goes on to have strong ties in that region, that will definitely augur well for the economy of India.
Right. Also, how do you look at India's economic and investment ties in not just a country like Cyprus, but all the other countries, including Egypt and other countries which are seen as regional rivals to Turkey? Is this also an example of India putting its foot down strongly, diplomatically, that it will not take anyone who's supporting Pakistan very lightly on this?
Well, that is quite clear. India's stance on the global stage has been welcomed across the globe, and from powerful countries such as the US to Russia, which are rivals to each other, they both have good relations with India. So that goes on to show that India's long-held non-alignment policy has definitely changed over the past 10 years, but the fact remains that India has good allies across the globe, and it is establishing new relations, as you mentioned, in the same region of Mediterranean and the Arabian region. India has a lot of allies, be it Egypt or the new frontier of Cyprus. So this will establish India's foothold in the region to take on some of the powerful rivals, some of the new rivals actually, because Turkey also had good relations with India, but the recent wrongdoings of the regime of Turkey has resulted in almost severing of ties. Many companies of Turkey have been banned in India. Turkish airlines have been banned. Many Turkish holiday destinations have been banned. So these things have been going on. So it establishes that India has an ally in the region.
Vishal, also India has been expanding, diversifying its energy energy sources, and that makes Cyprus strategically important for us because of its natural gas reserves. Help us understand with the kind of tensions that this part of the world has seen because of Turkish drilling, how is India going to benefit with an enhanced bilateral relations with Cyprus?
Well, even though Cyprus is a tiny country near about Greece and Mediterranean Sea, it holds great significance because we've been continuously talking about the shipping routes it has, the natural gases, as you mentioned. So even though it's not bigger than the size of Uttar Pradesh if you have to have a comparison, but the strategic significance is large. In the same region, there are other regional powers. Turkey is one of the most powerful players probably the most powerful player in the region. So the fact that India will have now a key ally in that region will hold big significance for India's foreign policy and other matters, because in the recent past India has been quite active on the international forum. We've been talking about the delegations that have been sent by India across the globe. We've been meeting people, talking about various issues from terrorism to how to make the world economy better. So these things will also be in focus because India has been engaging with almost all the countries in the world and has been establishing new relationships.
Right, Vishal, thank you so much. Prime Minister's three-nation tour has begun with that crucial bilateral meeting with the Cyprus president. A quick break and then we return.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage.
Welcome back. There's been a crucial piece of discovery in the Air India investigation. The cockpit voice recorder now has been found, and this means that there could be some clarity that could be expected on the Mayday message that the pilot had sent on that fateful day.
That's right, and it will piece together all the communication that was happening in that cockpit. Remember, it's the data recorder and the voice recorder, which are two aspects of the black box. The black box was recovered 48 hours ago, and now sources the investigators are in fact confirming that the cockpit voice recorder has been found as well, which has all the details, but perhaps the decoding of this entire, the data of that will take a little more time. Divya is joining us. Over to you, Divya. Give us the details and the significance of the cockpit voice recorder.
Right, Maria and Vasa, let's get you details. This is the second component of the black box that has been found earlier. One part of the black box was found, and that was the flight.
Let's cut across to it.
संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता और हमारे लोगों की समृद्धि के लिए हमारी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता का प्रतीक है। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं इस सम्मान को भारत और साइप्रस के संबंधों के प्रति एक जिम्मेदारी के रूप में इसका महत्व समझता हूं और मैं उस भाव से इसको लेता हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सक्रिय साझेदारी आने वाले समय में और भी नई ऊंचाइयों को छुएगी। हम मिलकर न केवल अपने देशों के विकास को मजबूत करेंगे, बल्कि एक शांतिपूर्ण और सुरक्षित वैश्विक वातावरण के लिए, उसके निर्माण के लिए भी मिलकर के योगदान देंगे। मैं फिर एक बार इस सम्मान के लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता।
Prime Minister Modi speaking about Cyprus and the role of Cyprus and the crucial strategic ties between the two countries and how important it is. Remember, he has become the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the island nation, and it becomes important because it achieved its independence in 1969, and ever since the two countries have been very strong on the bilateral ties. Prime Minister Modi there becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Cyprus.
Absolutely. Cyprus is also a key partner when it comes to natural gas exploration for India. India is also renewing its ties with a lot of regional players in the world which have been against Turkey traditionally, historically, and this is also a large message that's been sent out to Turkey after what happened with its backing to Pakistan in the context of Operation Sindoor. This is the first international visit of the Prime Minister, a three-nation tour spanning across 5 days to 3 different countries: Croatia, Cyprus and Canada. And of course, Canada is where the G7 meeting is going to take place, the G7 summit, where the Prime Minister is expected to meet several international delegates. A very important week for India diplomatically, because this not just reflects the renewed strategic diplomatic engagement of India with this part of the world, but also of refreshing of ties between India and Canada.
That's right. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. We are slipping into a short break, and news and updates will continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
And Amit Shah, this is the centre issuing its census notification, the first nationwide caste census since 1931. There, the Home Minister chairing that very crucial meeting. And Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus, and Cyprus confers the Prime Minister with the highest honour. This is a strategic push amid Turkey tensions, and this is before the Prime Minister heads to Canada to attend the G7 summit. Former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani's final journey, the ex-Chief Minister's farewell with full state honours. A cremation ceremony will be taking place in Rajkot at 5 p.m. this evening. The Home Minister is expected to be there for the cremation. And crucial discovery in Air India's investigation, a cockpit voice recorder has been found from the Air India flight, the AI-171 that crashed in Ahmedabad. Clarity is expected on the Mayday message. All that was said within the cockpit area as soon as the engines were started has been recorded in that voice recorder, and that has now finally been recovered. And Boeing experts are in Ahmedabad in order to analyze the crash. This is in order to help in the investigation to analyze the details of the crash. Do remember that Boeing has been under the scanner, and its reputation that has been tarnished as of late is now the officials and the experts of Boeing in Ahmedabad. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including last riots taking place of cabin crew member Sunita Chakravarti. And she recently joined Air India. She was on that ill-fated flight, Air India, the AI-171. She was a resident of the Juhu area. She was one of the members of the cabin crew, having been recently she went ahead and joined Air India. Before that, she was previously working with Go Air. My colleague Radhika joining us to get us all the details. Radhika, last rights are being held of the cabin crew member. Get us details of how recently had Sunita Chakravarti joined Air India. Take us through her journey with Air India, and before that, we believe she was also working with Go Air.
That's right. A very, very tragic visuals, of course, coming in of family members really lighting that fire. Sunita Chakravarti, a crew member of Air India, who were among the 10 crew members who lost her life in that a tragic crash that happened. There were 10 crew members and 2 pilots on board. And of course, in total, 241 people lost their lives in that tragedy. Sunita Chakravarti was a young, ambitious crew member there. She had, yes, recently joined Air India. Before that, she was with Go Air. When we spoke to some of her family and friends over the last few days, they said that she was set to get married. She's 35. She's survived by elderly parents as well as siblings, is what we are given to understand. She was from Mumbai. In fact, Juhu Kolivada is where she stayed, and of course she had done her schooling as well as her higher education from Mumbai itself. And those are the visuals coming in of parents as well as other friends and colleagues bidding farewell to Sunita Chakravarti, who's a 35-year-old crew member who lost her life. Of course, she was an ambitious person, is something her friends had been telling us. Somebody who loved flying, somebody who gave regular updates about her flying experience to her friends and colleagues. And somebody who was extremely driven is what her family members had said. So unfortunate, though, that her life was cut short in this tragic crash. In fact, earlier today, we were also told that Sumit, who was the pilot, his final rites would also take place today, but that has been postponed as the DNA sampling and testing has not concluded. Of course, that is another complex process that is happening in Ahmedabad hospital, which is the DNA sampling, DNA testing, and subsequent DNA matching as well. Sunita Chakravarti's mortal remains were handed over to her family members just this morning. She lived in Juhu Kolivada, and just about some time back, her final rites happened in the crematorium in Santa Cruz West. And as I've been pointing out, she was among the 10 crew members. There were 12 Air India staff members who were there, including 2 pilots, and 10 of them, Sunita was among the younger ones, among the younger crew members on board that fateful Dreamliner. But yes, one after the other, the mortal remains are being handed over to family members, and the final rites are taking place. several of the crew members, including the pilots.
Sorry, we will keep coming back to you to know more details about this. We need to cut across to Ankit now, who's joining us from Rajkot. Ankit, this is in regard to the Boeing team that has reached in order to investigate the matter and in order to pick up more clues in the plane crash that took place in Ahmedabad.
That's right. Important, this investigating team which has come from Boeing, they will be assisting in the investigation, which is being led by AAIB, that is the Aviation Accident Investigation Bureau of India. They are the ones, those who are leading this investigation. And remember, the Boeing team becomes very, very important because Boeing is the manufacturer of 787 Dreamliner, which the Air India was operating, Air India 171, which crashed. This is the first time since 2011 an aircraft which is considered to be quite safe. This is the first time this wide-body aircraft has seen this kind of an accident in which, just one on 242 on board lost their lives. And there are 34 people on the ground, those who have also, in fact, lost their lives. Many others are still injured and recuperating at the hospital. Now, the Boeing team of engineers and investigators, those who are in Ahmedabad, they have been taken to the crash site. Now, this becomes very, very important because they are the engineers, those who manufacture this plane. They would want to understand exact trajectory of the plane and the moment, the way it followed the path and hit this building. Apart from that, there are, remember, some physical investigation of the entire wreckage, which has the tail section which was brought down yesterday itself, the largely intact tail section, one engine, which also becomes a very important piece of forensic investigation, which is lodged in just about 400 meters from the place where the tail was of the mess of the BJ Medical College junior doctors mess. That's where they would also be going and understanding the situation of the engine. All of this debris and wreckage will be taken, very, very minutely looked at, studied at, and coupled with the black box which has been recovered, both the cockpit voice recorder and the data recorder of this aircraft is going to give us a picture of what exactly happened. So Boeing becomes a very important instrument in this entire investigation, Divya.
Right, Ankit, and of course, it's not just officials from the United States and from the United Kingdom that are involved in the probes. Now, the Boeing team is also at the crash site, like Ankit was mentioning. This is a multi-agency probe into the crash that took place in Ahmedabad. But also, Ankit, the very significant is the recovery of the second part of the black box that has now been found. So let's just get you details of the black box. This is the second part of the black box, the cockpit voice recorder that was on the plane that has been recovered. And this will really, Ankit, help piece together as far as the conversation that took place inside the cockpit between this is, of course, the pilot and the co-pilot and the crew members. It's a very crucial discovery which will really help identify the possible cause or the possible causes behind the deadly crash that killed 275 people, including 41 people to be precise, on board that flight. So, of course, Ankit, so far we do know that the initial part of the black box was found on Friday, and that was in record time of about 28 hours, given the fact, just for the sake of, reference to our viewers, take us through the kind of damage that you've seen all across the area of the crash site.
Well, the crash site, which was the hostel, the BJ Medical Hostel of the junior doctors, it is about a kilometer, but the entire crash area where the debris was strewn, about 700 meters in this entire, residential complex. The tail of the plane has got stuck on the roof of the mess and the kitchen, and that's where both these black boxes were found. In fact, remember, they are part of one component with two different factions as far as this black box is concerned. One, of course, records the conversation or the noise as far as the cockpit is concerned. The other part is the mechanical part of this entire aircraft. Now, both of them were recovered from the wreckage on the terrace itself, where the tail was lodged, and this is largely placed within that section of the tail. Now, how this will help, because remember, not just the 50 seconds from the time it came to the taxi, to the runway for taxiing, and then the 31 seconds attempted takeoff where it seemed that it was not able to gain enough thrust and elevation. The black box will tell the investigators exactly the conversation that happened between the pilot and the co-pilot and the crew members before the takeoff, and at the time, the crucial time when they began the sequence of takeoff, what was the conversation between them and the ATC. Apart from that, the other important details that the black box would be able to, the cockpit voice recorder would be able to tell are the various signs, the warning signs and the noise that they create. That is going to be very, very important to understand whether there was a complete systemic failure of this aircraft that resulted in this crash, coupled with the 1,000 parameters that the data recorder has, will give the investigators a sense whether it was a human error or it was a mechanical failure that resulted in the crash of AI-171. This would also, in a way, give initial signs of whether the other wide-body aircrafts, the 787s, which are being operated by not only by operators in India, like the Air India, but all across the world, whether they need immediate grounding of all these aircraft for further investigation, or business can run as usual as far as all those aircrafts are concerned. So not just in India, but across the world, at this moment, every operator which flies 787 keenly looking at the causes of this crash.
Right, of course, we have breaking news coming in. Ankit, we will keep coming back to you for more on that second component of the black box that has been recovered. Well, breaking news coming in of a Rapido driver. This is a Rapido driver who has, in fact, breaking news coming in, assaulted a woman in Bengaluru. So this is another crime against women that has been reported in the state of Karnataka, in Bengaluru, yet again in the Jayanagar area, that has gone completely viral. The woman who had booked this Rapido bike ride is said to have been irked with the rider for his rash riding. She got off the bike and began to question him over the same, and is said to have been abused by him. The argument escalated and the two couldn't understand each other, as one spoke only English and the rider could only speak in Kannada. Eventually, when the woman is said to have refused to pay and return the helmet, the rider is then seen assaulting her. She is seen falling to the ground as he slaps her. The woman works at a jewelry store, and the cops who learnt about the incident requested the woman to file an FIR. The woman, however, didn't want to take the matter any further on the insistence of the police. This is a case that has been registered and investigation is underway. So a very shocking incident that's coming to light from the state of Karnataka, of how matters are being taken into, people are taking matters into their own hands, given the fact that this was a ride that was booked by a woman. It was the way he was riding the bike was of concern, which is why the woman got off the bike, and then she refused to pay him for that ride. And of course, this resulted in that altercation that you can see on your screen right now. This is the altercation in which the woman was pushed to the ground, and then the Rapido driver is seen slapping the woman for raising an issue about the way he was riding the bike. She did say that he was riding the bike in a very improper manner. It was a rash riding is what she went on to comment about, and that is what led to that altercation. He threw her to the ground. Literally, she falls to the ground, and then he goes about slapping the woman. And this is an incident that now has been filed in the police station. This is an area, the Jayanagar area of Bengaluru, in which this very shocking incident that has come to light. This Rapido driver has now, a case has been registered against this Rapido driver for basically, assaulting a woman in Bengaluru. This is not the first such incident that's come to light. There are many such incidents that are being reported in the state of Karnataka. In fact, the opposition in Karnataka has been raising issues such as the safety and security of women in the state. Here you have, in broad daylight, a man who was hired through perhaps an app for a bike ride. This was a woman who was working in a jewelry store. She had booked this bike ride in order to get around in Bengaluru, and after she got onto the bike, the driver was not driving very well. He wasn't properly driving that Rapido bike, which is why she got off the bike. She in fact went on to ask him as to why he was riding the bike so rashly. She got off the bike and began to question him over his riding the bike in the manner that he was, and that argument escalated with that the two couldn't even understand each other's language, because obviously she was asking him in English, but the man couldn't understand. He couldn't even reply in the language. He only can speak Kannada. Eventually, when the woman refused to pay for the ride, the woman refused, and in fact In order to know the details of what really transpired here, we have my colleague Veera Raghavan, who is joining us from Bengaluru. Veera, what really led to this altercation? And visuals are really speaking for themselves. This man has thrown her to the ground. He's actually slapped her, and the result of which is this woman is thrown to the ground. And visuals are really telling that picture of what really transpired. And of course, the opposition there in Karnataka has been raising this question when it comes to the safety and security of women in the state.
Forget leave the opposition aside. For the moment, this is a controversy around bike taxis. This video comes at a time when there is a ban on bike taxis, and there have been strong reactions coming to it. So, the High Court had banned the use of bike taxis as well. As far as this incident is concerned, it's still unconfirmed. We don't have categorical details, but it is believed that the woman had raised the issue of rash riding on the bike taxi, and that resulted into an altercation, which resulted in this. Obviously, there will be investigations. That safety of women who are using male riders in bike taxis has been something that's been flagged in the past. It's been an ongoing issue. The government has put a hold on bike taxis after the High Court order banning them as well. So multiple issues at stake. On the one side, there are arguments of bike taxis being essential in terms of last mile connectivity. On the other hand, it's the question of regulating them, who can be part of a bike taxi and who cannot be part of a bike taxi, whether it is a commercial service. There are multiple different points of view that comes across. And of course, this altercation and this video, which has gone viral, as you mentioned, coming in the backdrop of that entire controversy that's been playing out over the ban on bike taxi. As I mentioned, strong social media reactions as well from several commuters and users on the ban or stopping of bike taxis in the city.
Yeah, to know more on this, as far as the reactions are concerned, we have Brinda Arige, a women rights activist, joining us as well. Ma'am, if you take a look at the visuals on your screen, this video that's gone completely viral of this Rapido driver slapping a woman for objecting to his rash driving in Bengaluru. Your reaction?
Absolutely unacceptable. I do not care what the argument was, why the guy got angry, why he was only speaking in Kannada. All of that does not matter just now. But the gall with which he slapped that lady is unacceptable. You cannot slap anybody. You are there doing a service for a payment, and you will be asked why you are driving or riding rash, because the commuter, the person, the consumer wants you to ride in a certain manner. If it is to be done in that manner, do it in that manner. And just because she questioned you why you rode so rashly, he has the gall, the impunity that he beats her and hits her, slaps her, and then he thinks that nothing should happen to him. Unacceptable. This is an atrocious act, and it is a man doing it against a woman, because men for too long have continued to be fed and this toxic masculinity that they can get away with anything. You slap a woman, it is okay. Of late, if the person is not speaking in a certain language, which of course, we would like them to learn the language of the state. But if they are not talking, becoming violent with them, unacceptable. This is a service that you are delivering. So when there is a service delivery, customer is king or queen. And Absolutely. That means you do what you're asked to do by the customer. And the customer questioned you, why are you driving rashly? Which means he would have not only put her life in danger, but would have made her feel very uncomfortable. Because rash Absolutely. Also means, where do you hold on to?
Absolutely. Very valid points being raised, ma'am. Just hold on to that thought. We also have Deepak, my colleague, joining us from Bengaluru. Deepak, the confrontation escalated into this heated argument during which the driver allegedly physically, as we can see, assaulted the woman. He slapped her, thrashed her, and literally she's fallen to the ground. Take a look at this assault that's taken place, and that too in broad daylight, and of course raising a lot of concerns as to how can people really think that they can get away with something like this? I mean, he is an employee of the company. She hired him for that ride. He obviously wasn't riding, properly. It's something that she kind of raised an issue, raised an alarm about, did question him about it. And this is what she gets in return. She gets slapped by the man who doesn't know how to even ride the bike that, he has been employed for.
Well, absolutely appalling to say the least. What's most surprising is that the assault happens while there are onlookers, bystanders there. They were privy to the argument that was going on because the two weren't able to properly communicate. She was, speaking only in, English. He was continuing to speak in Kannada. The argument was over how he was riding. She was irked, refused to pay. That's when he's said to have slapped her. But of course, quite uncalled for. The people there don't even stop him. And after he slaps her, they just stand there as if nothing has happened. They don't intervene. That is the most appalling of everything that you see in this video. The police right now have registered a non-cognizable report. They're saying that the woman didn't want to take this matter up for reasons best known to her. They insisted that it should be taken up. And then she was at the police station, eventually an NCR being registered here, and an investigation is currently going on. And if the police, of course, through the course of the investigation find enough reason to believe this NCR, of course, could transition into an FIR. We haven't yet heard from the driver about what exactly happened. The NCR, of course, is based on the complaint by the woman who works in a nearby shop there. Quite shocking to see this sort of an assault happening in broad daylight. Nobody really coming to her help. That is something that has even raised several concerns, because while we talk about safety of women, while we talk about assaults on women, such incidents coming to the fore repeatedly from the city of Bengaluru or other parts of the country. How does society as a whole react to such situations? Do they really help a woman in such situations? These are question marks that do arise, and a situation like this where you can see them taking the argument to the bystanders, while they're hoping that the bystanders mediate, while they of course don't do much there to at least prevent an assault. Something could have been done, or at least after the assault to reprimand him could have come a long way in how the society really looks at such instances and more importantly reacts to them.
Right, of course, Deepak, this really comes on the heels of, this man in Bengaluru who was arrested for assaulting two women in a park. Let me just take this again to Brinda. Brinda Adige, take us through the kind of cases that are coming to light. We're seeing so many cases that are being reported. These are crimes against women, particularly in the city of Bengaluru. Your reaction and, what kind of measures do you think need to be in place in order to ensure that such kind of incidents don't take place?
See, first and foremost, even today, many of them do not know or understand that sexual harassment, sexual assault, and street sexual harassment are crimes. They still think that they can get away with it. Because like this lady and many others, we do not want to go to the police station to make a complaint, because not only is it tedious, but it is very cumbersome and long drawn in the court. We have been talking about mobile courts for such kind of crimes, because mobile courts could probably be at different geographies and these complaints can be made immediately, and also some alternative, some kind of a justice, a procedural justice can be arrived at. So I would think that immediately the government needs to start working on these kind of redressal mechanisms. Not enough just for us to have progressive laws and talk so much about it. We also need to educate. We are not educating that this is a crime, that they cannot get away with it, that they cannot, just slap a woman and say that, okay, let us see whether she'll go to court or not. Let us see whether anything happens or not. Even now, the case that has been registered in this particular one is an NCR. So it's a non-cognizable report. Now, that non-cognizable report must become an FIR only if the complainant chooses. But what about the CCTV cameras that have been bought and installed across Bengaluru city and Karnataka under the Nirbhaya Fund? The Nirbhaya Fund itself came about to prevent such actions, such crimes against women. So what are those cameras doing? Who is monitoring them? Who is to be held responsible? One part of it is that somebody has to file a complaint, but the other is the police taking suo moto action.
Right, ma'am, in this particular case, the victim was initially very hesitant to approach authorities, and it's the police that eventually persuaded her to file that complaint. What does one really do in this situation? Because, here a woman has been assaulted and perhaps doesn't want to go through the processes involved in order to, keep going back and forth to meet with the authorities in regard to the case.
The one you spoke about was the bystanders, who should have become upstanders, who should have intervened. But that said, what are the cameras doing? Does the police have a role? Okay, they might look at it in the evening, probably, summarize and say, let's see what's happening in different parts of Bengaluru. When they see it, does the law allow them to register a suo motu action? Does the law allow them to register a suo motu case? These are questions that we must ask, because women will be very hesitant to come forward. The kind of questioning that happens, the tediousness and the cumbersome processes that it takes, the long drawn court processes, because all of this have to go to court. So women, we cannot leave our jobs, take holidays and then keep going there. It is going to all the time be tariq pe tariq. The courts have to also buck up.
Right, and an example needs to be set by the government, particularly of Karnataka, in regard to crimes against women in this particular case, and what kind of action will be taken in order to ensure that such incidents don't take place. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking with us here on NDTV. Very shocking incident from Bengaluru that's come to light. A video that you can see on your screen at the moment of this woman who's being thrashed by a Rapido rider. He is a Rapido rider who was in fact riding that bike. This is a bike ride that she had in fact gone ahead and booked for herself. She used to work in a jewelry store. She had booked this ride, and the man was riding rashly, which is what she raised an objection to. Got off the bike and did not want to pay the man for the kind of way that he was riding that particular bike, and that is what led to this heated argument. The woman was talking in English. The man could only speak in Kannada. They could not understand each other, but eventually the Rapido rider, as you can see on a screen, ended up slapping the woman. The woman fell to the ground. This is an assault case that has now finally been registered. This is on the behest of the police. The police convinced the woman to go ahead and file that complaint against the Rapido rider. Now, what really needs to be seen is the kind of action that the company will take in this particular case. With that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
hold
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
3 days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada.
Welcome back. Let's get you breaking news coming in from the national capital, and this is in regard to the demolition drive which is underway in the Ashok Vihar and Wazirpur area, targeting over 200 illegal slum. These are slum structures. This is the second operation that's taking place. So, this is a massive demolition drive that's being carried out in the slums of Delhi's Ashok Vihar and Wazirpur area amid massive police protection. Several illegal structures were demolished during the drive by the Delhi Development Authority, DDA, using excavators and diggers, also JCB machines. The demolition is part of Rekha Gupta's government. This is the anti-encroachment drive across the national capital. About 250 police officers have been deployed as well. Over 200 homes are encroaching upon government land, and those are to be demolished is what officials were heard saying. This is the second demolition drive that is being carried out in this area this particular month. And we have Shreya, my colleague, joining us. Shreya, after the last drive that took place on the 2nd of June, and in less than 2 weeks' time, we're seeing the second demolition drive. Take us through the details.
Well, definitely this is part of a large-scale anti-encroachment drive, and today I am at Jailerwala Bagh in Ashok Vihar, and right behind me you can see the stark visuals of the major demolition taking place of all the 200 illegal homes where people have been living here for over 30-40 years. You can see the visuals of the bulldozers, and of course people are trying to and scrambling to take their belongings out of their homes. Of course the authorities had given them prior notice, and the ones who had shifted, you can I'll ask my camera person to show that these flats right in front, these are the Swabhiman flats. So the people have been rehabilitated to those flats, but many are still complaining that the basic amenities are unavailable there. And of course this place, we know there is a railway line here that is being encroached, and that is why these homes are being demolished in the first place. And because Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has also stressed accountability, that if a railway line is encroached and there is an accident, who will be responsible? It is the people living here who will have to face the collateral damage. Now I'm currently joined by this little boy who along with his family has shifted to this rehabilitation flat, Swabhiman flat, which looks all bright and colorful from outside. But I'll ask him, आप कब उधर शिफ्ट किए?
1 महीने बाद।
1 महीने पहले?
हाँ।
उधर का क्या समस्या है?
वहाँ पानी नहीं आ रहा है और हम पानी जाते नीचे बनने,
और बिजली
तो आ रही है, पहले नहीं आती थी, अब आ रही है बिजली। और पानी की तो बहुत दिक्कत है।
कैसे पानी आ रहा है घर से?
पानी बहुत नमकीन आ रहा है, एकदम खारा पानी।
और इधर जो लोग अभी तक नहीं जा पाए उधर, उन लोग का घर अभी तोड़ दिया कि अभी भी उन लोग का घर
नहीं? अभी हैगा, अभी स्टे लगा है, इसलिए बच गया है घर, फिर उसके बाद उनका भी घर तोड़ने वाले।
तो तुम्हारा जब घर इधर का जब इन लोग ने तोड़ दिया, तुम कितने साल से इधर रह रहे हो?
मैं तो पैदाइशी हूँ इधर।
तो उधर जाके अब बेहतर जगह है, बड़ा जगह है?
हाँ, अच्छा जगह है, बस पानी का दिक्कत है।
Right. So as you heard from this 14-year-old chap who has recently shifted to the rehabilitation center, which is the Swabhiman flats, now the question of obviously it revolves around, are the urban poor of the national capital being pushed further into going into other encroachment areas and living there, or such rehabilitation centers with proper basic amenities will be provided to the people? That is the main question
question that only time will tell. And for now, we know that this is part of a major anti-encroachment drive, which is completely court mandated. And these are the visuals that we are getting you from Jailarwala Bagh in Ashok Vihar.
Right, thank you so much, Shreya, for getting us all those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Moving on now to Pune, where narrow space overcrowding and the ignorance of warning signs led to the tragic bridge collapse over the Indrani River. This is near Pune. Many tourists who were on the bridge fell into the river that had been in spate after heavy rainfall that was reported over the weekend. 4 people have died and over 50 people have been injured. These people have been rescued in operations that ended this morning. Before and after pictures of the bridge shows that there were warning signs. Particularly, it was not made for more than 1 or 2 wheelers and a couple of people at a time. According to officials, the bridge had a width of just 4 feet, making it extremely narrow. However, at the time of the tragedy, there were around 7 to 8 bikes on the bridge. In addition, a huge crowd. Officials said there were more than 100 people who were present on the bridge at the time, ignoring the warning board at the spot. According to officials, potholes had appeared on the bridge, causing 2-wheelers to collide. With no permanent solution, locals had put cement blocks on the bridge in order to cover the potholes temporarily. Let's listen in to one of the victims who got injured in the process when this bridge gave way. Apparently, it shook for at least about 5 minutes, is from what we're hearing from the locals in the area. Eyewitnesses saying that the bridge shook for at least 5 minutes before it collapsed. Listen in.
वहाँ पे जो अभी इतनी भीड़ हुई थी कि उसकी वजह से वो वारदात हुई है, तो वहाँ पे जो बाइक्स आ रही थी और कुछ बाइक जा रही थी, तो उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ था कि जो रोड है वो ब्लॉक हो गया था, तो उसकी वजह से जो आने वाले और जाने वाले वो जा नहीं पा रहे थे, तो सब एक जगह पे जो भीड़ जमा हुई उसकी वजह से जो बैलेंस गया और जो पुल था वो बहुत ही पुराना था, तो उसकी वजह से वो एक साइड गया और पूरा का पूरा कोलैप्स हो गया नदी में। तो उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ, जो बीच में थे सेंटर में वो पानी में बह गए और जो हमारे जैसे थोड़े से पानी से बहाव के बाजू में थे तो हम जाके पत्थर पर गिरे, तो पत्थर पर गिरने की वजह से हमारे पैर को लगाए, किसी के सर पे लगाए।
Anuj joining us to get us the very latest. Anuj, this was a bridge that was built 30 years ago, and this was a bridge that was built for farmers, but it ended up being used by tourists and by people on 2-wheelers, and that's really something which was a concern, which was being raised by the locals. In fact, the locals have gone on to say that there were warning signs, but they were completely ignored.
Yes, Divya. I mean, let us look at the latest development first. The NDRF has officially called off the rescue operation. They've said that even only when there are more complaints about missing people is when they'll resume the operations. But as of now, the rescue operation, which went on for close to 7 hours yesterday, has been called off. But there are still teams, local rescue units which are not affiliated to NDRF or any other government institution. But, local NGOs are still trying to clear up the place because there's a huge amount of metal bridge that has fallen down, and there are also a lot of bikes there. That is number one. Number two, I've been speaking to a lot of locals here throughout this day, and all of them have been saying how it is not just recently that they've started speaking about how this bridge was getting dangerous, but letters have been sent to authorities, to Gram Panchayat, to Public Works Department, since 2015. There was a letter sent in 2017 as well, and later, a bunch of letters were sent to Gram Panchayat as well. So enough warnings were given by the locals here to state or to warn the government that it's a disaster in waiting, and that, a tremendous a very difficult situation will come up on the people at any given point of time. And it sounds like some sort of a prophecy as it has come true yesterday. A bigger problem is that this bridge was extremely important for the people in Kundamara village because it connected them to at least 6 to 7 other villages. And now with this bridge going down, it increases close to 20 kilometers of their, travel to schools, markets, or their workplace, something as basic as that. So it has definitely added a lot of woes, not just, of course, to those who have lost their lives, but also to the people of Kundamara who had been demanding time and again for a newer bridge, and all the paperwork was done. But what we have gathered, from the local authorities here is that the work order for the new bridge was passed only as recently as on 10th of June, which is literally last week. But why was there this delay, right? From 2022 till 2025, there's close to 2.5 years of delay, especially on a bridge which was termed dangerous.
Right. Thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment, and this is in regard to the situation in Iran and Israel. Now, Iran has assured Indians this is in regard to bring back the Indian students from Iran. Do remember that there are about 10,000 Indians who are stuck in Iran at the moment. So this is as the war escalates. Indian students are in the crossfire as far as the war zone worries that is in fact gripping the parents. The next Indian mass evacuation is expected because this is with the assurances that are being given in regard to getting students, particularly from Karnataka, who are stuck in Iran. So this is the assurance that is being given in regard to get the students who are stuck. 10,000 Indians live in Iran, most of whom, at least 6,000, are students in Iran. We have my colleague Deepak joining us. Deepak, this is in regard to the Bengaluru body there writing to the Foreign Ministry in order to ensure that the students from Karnataka who are studying in Iran are safely brought back home.
Yes, they are all studying medical education. This is at the Shahid Beheshti Medical University near Tehran is what we are learning. This is the capital of Iran, of course. They are all worried at this moment and they are hoping that the Ministry of External Affairs does everything to bring them back to safety. And at this point in time, this is R.C. Krishna, who's the Vice Chairman of the NRI Committee in Karnataka, who's written to the Ministry of External Affairs, urging for action to be taken in this regard. Now, we should note when the war between, Ukraine and Russia as well broke out, it was the case of trying to bring back medical students. And here in Iran as well, it looks like a similar case.
Right, Deepak, we will keep tracking the story in regard to the students who are stuck there, students from India. There are 10,000 Indians who are stuck in Iran. Deepak, if you have any information regarding, from what we're hearing since early this morning, is that students are being made to move, to relocate them to safer locations. If you have any information regarding that, has that process been completed or is it ongoing?
Well, usually in such situations, you do have certain protocols that are to be followed, especially for those who are studying in medical institutions and especially who are not from the resident country. Many of them, of course, advise to seek shelter if there is a situation where there are sirens going off. There is also alternate arrangements that are being made. Consistently, we've been told that the Ministry of External Affairs is in touch with the embassy there in Iran to make sure that any Indians who are stranded there, who are working professionals or students, they are to be kept in safe locations until they can be brought back to the country.
Right. Let's just have more breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the Petroleum Minister who has spoken to NDTV when it comes to oil stocks. Hardeep Puri has gone on to say that they're conducting daily review meetings. There's sufficient stock. That is what the Petroleum Minister has gone on to say. This is in regard to, of course, the oil situation. The Petroleum Minister, Hardeep Singh Puri, has spoken on the geopolitical uncertainty when it comes to the Middle East and due to the global tensions. Let's listen in to Hardeep Puri.
3 pages, 2.5 pages of places where we found discovery. Now, what does that mean? It means, in essence, you've got green shoots discovery. Each place you found the oil, now you're estimating it, then you're digging deeper and deeper. As we speak, we have 4 places where ONGC and Oil India Limited are digging at 5,000 meters. I gave you figures at 2,500, 3,000. You have to keep giving it. Now, why was there reluctance earlier? I'll tell you that.
Let's just also talk about the situation in Iran and Israel. And it is, of course, affecting as far as oil pricing and gold prices are concerned. And that's going to have a direct impact as far as India is concerned. But Hardeep Puri, the Petroleum Minister, has gone on to assure that the uncertainty as far as the Middle East is concerned, the geopolitical uncertainty, is not impacting India, at least as of now. He's gone on to say that we have enough stock. There is sufficient stock as far as the energy situation is concerned. And our own production is also increasing, is what the Petroleum Minister has gone on to say. Do remember the conflict between Ukraine and Russia did not have an impact as far as India is concerned because of the deal that India struck with Russia in regard to the petroleum prices. But now, as we are seeing this conflict between Iran and Israel, how will this impact India is the big question. But Hardeep Singh Puri, the Petroleum Minister there, giving all kind of assurances that for now there is ample stock, there is enough stock, and that our own production when it comes to the energy sector is also increasing. So he's also gone on to say that they are conducting a daily review of the situation because this is a developing situation. Do remember, it's been 3 days and today is the 4th day of the conflict and the escalation and the explosions that one is hearing on both sides between Iran and Israel, and both sides not backing down. In fact, the United States might also get involved in the situation is what we are hearing, but Iran has gone on to reject those truce, the ceasefire offer that's being made by the mediators Oman and Qatar. We have Himanshu joining us to get us the very latest. Himanshu, should India be really worried about the energy sector at this point in time, given the fact that both sides, whether it's Iran or Israel, not really backing down? In fact, will America get involved? Will the situation start to de-escalate? A lot of questions hanging in the air for now, but majorly, how does this impact India and its oil pricing?
Well, it is, of course, likely to affect India directly. As you know, we import around 80 to 85% of our oil needs from international market. We import around 220 million tons of crude oil from different parts of the world. And if this uncertainty that has now been created because of this war in the Middle East, which is intensifying, has led to increased volatility in the international crude oil market. If you just look at the crude oil prices, the Brent crude, the index at which India buys crude oil from the international oil market, the prices have been fluctuating between 8 to 10%. And this increase, of course, is going to hurt our oil import bill. Oil economist Kirit Parikh has told NDTV that for every dollar increase in the crude oil price, the oil import bill of India goes up by around 12,000 crore. So imagine if because of this uncertainty, if the crude oil becomes expensive by $10 per barrel, it will push up India's oil import bill by up to 1,20,000 crores. And that is the context.
Right. Himanshu, hold on to that thought. Let's just cut across to Prime Minister Modi, who is in Cyprus at the moment. Prime Minister Modi, there as visuals you can see. Let's just pull up those visuals of Prime Minister Modi.
Tiny island nation. Even though it's tiny, it holds strategic influence because as we've been talking about the natural resources and the shipping industry there. And also the Indian diaspora there, it's numbering from 14 to 20,000. So that tiny nation has a lot of Indian origin people there. So there's a lot of connect between India and the nation that's quite far away from India.
Indeed. Viewers tuning in right now, on your screens are those live visuals that are coming in of the delegation level discussions that are currently underway between India and Cyprus. On the Indian side, you can see the Prime Minister, National Security Advisor, Foreign Minister and the Foreign Secretary, and likewise their counterparts on the Cyprus side as well. What is expected, the press statements that will come out will give a sense of the thrust and the focus of the India-Cyprus relationship here going forward. On the economic and strategic sides, Vishal, there is likely to be focus on the Mediterranean connectivity, the IMEC corridor, focus also on fintech, given the fact that there's an MOU signed between GIFT City and the stock exchange in Cyprus. But I guess it's the importance of the snub to Turkey that is the single most important geopolitical takeaway of these visuals on our screens, isn't it?
Well, that's true because we all know that in the wake of Op Sindoor, it was revealed that Turkey had supported Pakistan and Pakistan's drone operatives. Many Turkish drone operatives had flown to Pakistan to extend their helping hands. So that is what India objected to. That at a time when the whole world was almost isolating Pakistan, Turkey chose to support it, and also some Turkish drones were spotted over Indian skies. So that was one of the main reasons why Turkey has been boycotted heavily from the Indian side. A lot of Turkish firms have been blacklisted on Indian soil. A lot of people have been refused entry into Indian soil from the Turkey side. So all of that has been happening, and India, as I mentioned, wants to isolate Turkey, wants to isolate nations associated with Pakistan on the international stage. So this is a step in that direction, visiting Cyprus, which lies really close to Turkey.
Right. So viewers, Greece, Turkey and Cyprus have been engaged in a very long war. Turkey, in fact, illegally occupies a third of Cyprus territory, something on which talks have gone but haven't progressed at all. In the backdrop of that, this visit, the first visit after Operation Sindoor is to Cyprus. That's the big headline here. The first visit of the Prime Minister is to Cyprus, a country which has an uneasy relationship with Turkey because Turkey occupies a third of Cyprus's territory. So this has a very strong messaging there. And along with that, the several strategic aspects to it. And I want to come to that as well, Vishal, because the IMEC corridor, the Mediterranean connectivity, that I think could be a very large long-term boost for India, and also India's aspirations to be a regional heavyweight when it comes to geopolitical and geoeconomic strategies.
Exactly right. And IMEC, the world has its eye on IMEC because India will play a key part in it. That IMEC corridors will cover India to the Middle East and rest of the world. It will be a multi-trillion-dollar project is what experts have suggested. It will take some time to be completed, but India and the Middle East will have a key role in that. And just to talk about India-Cyprus ties, there has been a history between both the countries. There have been regular exchanges at the top level. In 2022, Jaishankar visited the island nation. In 2019, PM Modi met Cyprus president in US. In 2018, the then President Ramnath Kovind visited Cyprus. So there's a list of Indian leaders visiting Cyprus and Cyprus leaders visiting India. So this back and forth of friendship has been going on, and this is yet another step in consolidating that old friendship.
And let me now focus on the EU presidency that will come to Cyprus in the first half of 2026. It has a direct impact on the messaging when it comes to Cyprus has been a very, very strong votary of India's position when it comes to terrorism. It has been a very strong votary of India's position on Kashmir, and also backs New Delhi completely. So when Cyprus takes the rotational presidency of the European Council next year, it has several impacts, doesn't it, on the political side, and also, of course, on the EU-India trade talks that have been progressing, but yet to, of course, close.
That's exactly right. And India has been doing these FTAs, taking step in the direction of signing FTAs across the globe. Recently, India signed an FTA with UK, one of the attractive destinations for consumers on both sides. So an FTA with EU will be, on the top agenda of Indian administration as well. And positive steps have been taken in that direction. EU chief recently hinted that there could soon be a deal between India and EU in the ranges of FTA. So that will have to be seen. There is some time in that, but it's been happening. And also, India is set to sign FTA with US, is what the reports have been suggesting. So through FTAs, India has been reaching out to multiple countries. And when Cyprus is at the helm of affairs at EU, India's newfound consolidated relationship with Cyprus will definitely play a role.
Yeah. And I'm going to wrap this up right here. Vishal, thanks much for joining us on that big story, viewers, that we're going to keep coming back to with all details, all updates on your screens, viewers. If you're tuning in right now, are those latest visuals that are coming in of the Prime Minister's visit to Cyprus, delegation level talks that are currently underway. The press statement is what we are awaiting. That will give a sense of the direction and the trust areas of this partnership going forward. Message to Turkey, also likely to fit into India's larger geopolitical game plan, where it sees itself playing a major role in the Mediterranean Sea and the Mediterranean region. Also fits in well, Cyprus fits in well for India's aspirations of the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, which is the counter to China's BRI, which is all about debt, and this is all about development. On that note,
right, of course, Prime Minister Modi there in Cyprus and will be in Canada later this evening. We will keep tracking the Prime Minister's movement. But for now, let's just get you the latest. And this is in regard to a day after the DNA matching. The funeral of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, will be held in Rajkot today. The mortal remains have reached Rajkot after they were handed over to the family members who reached the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital at about 11 o'clock this morning. Gujarat has come to a standstill. Of course, he will be bestowed the full estate honours. The Home Minister is going to be there at the cremation as well. The cremation that's going to be taking place with full estate honours at 5 p.m. today. It's a tribute not just to the former Chief Minister but to a leader who quietly but firmly shaped Gujarat's political culture in the post-Modi Amit Shah era. Vijay Rupani was often described as the man who filled the political vacuum when Narendra Modi moved to Delhi and Amit Shah took over the national reins. Well, his elevation to the Chief Minister's post took place in 2016 and came as a surprise to many. The state, as far as the BJP president is concerned, and a cabinet minister, Rupani, was chosen over other contenders. His appointment was seen as a balancing act by the BJP's central leadership, someone who was non-controversial, loyal and had RSS grounding and could steer Gujarat through its first post-Modi phase without deepening the factional rifts. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens.
In Bengaluru, a Rapido driver was seen slapping a female passenger. Language barrier witnessed in the argument. An altercation took place between the rider and the passenger in the daylight. Centre issues census notification. Census with caste enumeration will be done in 2027. This is the first nationwide caste census since 1931.
Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus as part of his three-nation tour. Cyprus confers PM Modi with highest honour strategic push amid tensions with Turkey. Former Chief Minister of Gujarat Vijay Rupani's final journey today. Former Chief Minister will be bid farewell with state honours. It's a crucial discovery in Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. AI-171 cockpit voice recorder has been found. It will give clarity on the Mayday message by the pilot. And Boeing experts are in Ahmedabad to analyze the Ahmedabad plane crash details. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in. Well, there is a video of an altercation between a woman and a Rapido driver in Bengaluru's Jayanagar that has gone viral. That's the video on your TV screens. The Rapido driver was seen slapping the female passenger after the argument they had went out of control. What's also being learned is that the woman who had booked a Rapido bike ride was irked with the rider for his rash riding. And after she questioned him over the same, she's also even said to have abused him. However, we'll try and get more confirmation on that as to what really transpired there exactly from my colleague Deepak. We are given to understand the argument had escalated and they both could not understand each other, as one spoke only English and the rider only Kannada. All right, this is what has happened. In Bengaluru, we understand. My colleague Deepak Bopanna also now joins us on the broadcast. Deepak, this is very unfortunate. We had this video that's playing on our TV screens here. This woman was slapped apparently by the Rapido driver and she's seen falling on the ground. What really happened there? What action is being taken in this regard?
Well, whatever the argument was, the attack, the assault was completely unwarranted and appalling to say the least. What's even more appalling is that people are mere onlookers to this, incident. The society as a whole, time and again, questions are raised as if we are doing, enough to protect our women on the streets. And here in broad daylight, while a woman is being slapped, and we are looking at those visuals on our screens, nobody coming to her rescue is something that has shocked everybody. Now, this is an instance where, we've been told that she booked a, ride, was not very happy with the way he was riding. He was negligent, he was rash. She confronted him about this. They stopped and, an argument broke out. There was an issue about, what she was saying because they were not able to communicate in the same language. She continued to speak in English and, question him while he continued to, speak in Kannada. There were locals there who were trying to mediate. But, while she refused to pay, what was due and then said that she won't give a helmet is what we are learning. Again, these are based on some of the information that we are picking up. That's when this individual is said to have slapped this woman. She falls to the ground. Even then, nobody there reprimands him, or at least doesn't look like in the video. And, right now the police are, hoping that the woman gives them all the details so that an FIR could be registered. What we are picking up is that she does not want to pursue this case, right now. Based on the initial information that they were able to gather, the Jayanagar police have registered a non-cognizable report in the case and they continue to investigate. If the woman decides to go ahead and give all the details and cooperate with the investigation, they want to register an FIR as well. The cops are also looking at the option of whether, based on this particular video footage that's available, whether they can also, suo moto take up a case too. All of these developments expected. But meanwhile...
Can you also tell us when did this incident happen? Also, you're saying that nobody came to the rescue of this woman, nobody came for help to help this woman?
Yes, it's clear from the video, isn't it? When this man slaps her, the people are there, watching. And the least that they could have done is reprimanded him, held him off. But the argument after that as well continues as the woman questions him how he could, lay a hand on her and that, she will look into this. And the locals or whoever were there, bystanders, really don't come to her aid. What exactly was the conversation before that? Even if, she was abusive, he should have gone ahead and filed a complaint with the police or taken this matter differently, but assaulting a woman there in broad daylight was something that was quite appalling, to say the least. The police, like I said, are looking at two options. One is to speak to the woman once again, who has said that she does not want to pursue the matter, to file an official FIR or sumo to take up the case. The incident, of course, taking place day before yesterday. The police continue to investigate the matter.
All right. Thank you so much, Deepak Bopanda, for getting us all those details there. We understand no FIR has been registered so far because the woman doesn't want to go ahead with her complaint. But, we understand the police has insisted that she file an FIR in the case, she file a complaint so that appropriate action can be taken against this man who's seen slapping her and assaulting her in broad daylight in front of the public there, but nobody of course came to her help, and that is quite evident in the video that we are showing to us here, to you here on your TV screens. All right, we will try and get more details on that in just a bit. Big breaking news are coming in. We are learning in connection with the Ahmedabad crash probe. DNA samples have been matched for 94 bodies now. The count has risen. We understand, families have been eagerly waiting for this day and night. They've been waiting at the hospitals also for the confirmation of the DNA match. We are now given to understand that a total of 99 bodies, 99 DNA samples have been matched with the bodies that have been recovered from the crash site. This is what we are learning at the moment now. 64 bodies have also been handed over to the families so far. My colleague Ankit also now joins us on the broadcast. He's been tracking all these details here. Ankit, this is what we are learning now. DNA match confirmed for 99 bodies so far, and as many as 64 bodies have also been handed over to the families.
Well, that's been the priority as far as the state government of Gujarat is concerned. Ever since this incident came to light, of course, this accident took place. And right from the time when the people had started coming in, the time frame that was given to them was from the time the sample is taken to 72 hours. As you are pointing out, 99 samples have been matched. That includes of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Now, there are about 175 still left. So the process for them is on as we speak. It's a very tedious process which is being expedited. There are a multiple team of doctors which have been divided, which are going through this meticulous process of matching the DNA of the deceased, the remains that they have found on the crash site to the people, those who are the living, in fact, members. And remember, it's only either your mother, father, sibling, or your children, those who are required to provide the sample for somebody to be matched. So 64 bodies been given. The Gujarat government has made arrangement for all the bodies to be handed over. They will be taken to wherever they are required to be in Gujarat. And Air India has also said that bodies which are required to be flown out of Ahmedabad will be done by Air India. Now, this, remember, the process, as we have been talking about, does take a little bit of time, and that is why, even 99 body matches coming at this moment is, telling you how on priority this matching process is being conducted.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Ankit. Thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Ankit, I'll come back to you as we have more details now coming in. We understand Vijay Rupani's final rites will also be conducted today with full state owners at 5 p.m. And my colleague Ankit Tyagi is on the ground in Rajkot, where we understand from where the procession of Vijay Rupani will begin. Well, a day after the DNA match, the funeral of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, will be held in Rajkot with full state honours. His mortal remains are expected to reach Rajkot in some time from now, after they were handed over to his family members who had reached the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital at 11 a.m. What we are now learning is that the final rites will start at 5 p.m. and before the last rites, his body public viewing for about an hour. Well, the final procession of Vijay Rupani is expected to begin at around 4 p.m. Before that, we understand Union Home Minister Ahmed Shah is also expected to reach Rajkot at around 3 p.m. Well, BJP Gujarat Chief C.R. Patil, other senior members of the BJP are also expected to attend this ceremony, and Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, other state ministers will also take part in the funeral procession. Well, a one-day state mourning has also been declared in Gujarat, we understand, and today the final rites of Vijay Rupani will be conducted, expected at 5 p.m. My colleague Ankit Tyagi with us on the broadcast here. He's in Rajkot tracking all the details there. Ankit, we understand the mortal remains are expected to reach in some time from now.
Well, that's right. The mortal remains are expected to reach the airport first at around 2:30 is what we've been told, that from the airport there will be the journey of Mr. Rupani back to his native place is going to begin. Let me very quickly give you a sense of where I am standing. This is on my left where I am, just 2 houses down, where you'll see a green sheet. That's where Mr. Rupani's residence, named after his younger deceased son, and the arrangements for the people to come here, because remember, Vijay Rupani, the former chief minister, rose to the seat of power from Rajkot. He was a corporator, went on to become a mayor and then MLA, and of course to the seat of the power in the state of Gujarat as the chief minister in 2016, when the handover took place between Anandiben Patel, the former chief minister, and Mr. Rupani. Now this is a temple complex where we have just been asked to come out because there are security arrangements and checks which are taking place. Remember, the Home Minister and other dignitaries of the state are expected to come here, and what you see in between, just beyond those cameras, is where Mr. Rupani at around 4 o'clock, his mortal remains will be kept for people to come and pay their last respects. 4 to 5 is the time which has been kept for this arrangement, and from here at 5.
All right. Ankit, I'm sorry, I'll have to interject there. We are now learning that Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus. He's speaking at the moment. Let's first dip into that.
दिल को छू गया. अभी कुछ देर पहले मुझे साइप्रस के इतने बड़े सम्मान से अलंकृत किया गया. ये सम्मान केवल मेरा नहीं, 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का सम्मान है. यह भारत और साइप्रस की अटूट मित्रता की मोहर है. इसके लिए मैं एक बार फिर हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. फ्रेंड्स, साइप्रस के साथ हम अपने संबंधों को बहुत महत्व देते हैं. लोकतंत्र और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास हमारी साझेदारी के मजबूत आधार है. भारत और साइप्रस की मित्रता न परिस्थितियों से बनी है और न ही सीमाओं से बंधी है. ये समय की कसौटी पर बार बार परखी गई है और समय के हर दौर में हमने सहयोग, सम्मान और समर्थन, इस भावनाओं को जीवंत रखा है. हम एक दूसरे की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान करते हैं. फ्रेंड्स, 2 दशक से भी लंबे अंतराल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री की साइप्रस यात्रा हो रही है और ये आपसी संबंधों में एक नया अध्याय लिखने का एक स्वर्णिम अवसर है. आज राष्ट्रपति जी और मैंने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों के सभी पहलुओं पर व्यापक चर्चा की. साइप्रस के विजन 2035 और विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के कई पहलुओं में समानता है. इसलिए हम साथ मिलकर भविष्य को आकार देंगे. अपनी साझेदारी को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा देने के लिए हम अगले 5 वर्षों के लिए एक ठोस रोड मैप बनाएंगे। रक्षा और सहयोग को और मजबूती देने के लिए द्विपक्षीय डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन प्रोग्राम के तहत रक्षा उद्योग पर बल दिया जाएगा। साइबर और मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी पर अलग से डायलॉग शुरू किया जाएगा। क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म के विरुद्ध भारत की लड़ाई में साइप्रस के सतत समर्थन के लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। आतंकवाद, ड्रग्स और आर्म्स की तस्करी की रोकथाम के लिए हमारी एजेंसीज के बीच रियल टाइम इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सचेंज का मैकेनिज्म तैयार किया जाएगा। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारे आपसी व्यापार और निवेश में बहुत पोटेंशियल है। कल राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मैंने दोनों देशों के आर्थिक संबंधों को लेकर बिजनेस जगत में एक उत्साह और सिनर्जी को महसूस किया। हम एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी भारत और ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को साल के अंत तक संपन्न करने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। इस साल भारत, साइप्रस और ग्रीस बिजनेस और इन्वेस्टमेंट काउंसिल भी लॉन्च किया गया है। इन इनिशिएटिव से दोनों देशों के बीच आपसी व्यापार और निवेश को भी बल मिलेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, हेल्थ, एग्रीकल्चर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी।
All right, Prime Minister Modi there speaking as he is in Cyprus. Meanwhile, we shift our focus here to the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani, which have now reached Rajkot. We understand the final rites of Vijay Rupani will be carried out here in Rajkot at 5 p.m. and before that, the mortal remains were brought from Ahmedabad to Rajkot through a flight where you have the family members of Vijay Rupani also were seen seated in this ambulance as others have also gathered to pay their last respects here. Well,
this is the People's Chief Minister and his final rites will begin in Rajkot. Rajkot used to be seen as the Karyasthal or the Karm Bhumi of Vijay Rupani. Vijay Rupani, one of the few Chief Ministers from Saurashtra that Gujarat has had. Anjali Rupani there, somebody who was known to him since his college days, ABVP days, and also Rishabh Rupani, his son. He was also somebody who believed in giving a lot of time to his family, and he was okay, we go back to Prime Minister Modi now. He is in Cyprus, a diplomatically significant visit, a 3-nation tour.
समकालीन बनाने के लिए जरूरी रिफॉर्म्स को लेकर हमारे विचारों में समानता है। साइप्रस द्वारा सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता का समर्थन करने के लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। पश्चिम एशिया और यूरोप में चल रहे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को लेकर हम दोनों ने चिंता व्यक्त की है। इनका नकारात्मक प्रभाव केवल उस क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं है। हम दोनों मानते हैं कि यह युद्ध का युग नहीं है। संवाद से समाधान और स्थिरता की बहाली ये मानवता की पुकार है। मेडिटरेनियन क्षेत्र के साथ कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने पर भी हमने बात की। हम सहमत है कि इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से क्षेत्र में शांति और समृद्धि का मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा। राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं आपको भारत यात्रा के लिए सादर निमंत्रित करता हूं। आशा करता हूं जल्द ही भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। एक बार फिर इस विशिष्ट आतिथ्य और सम्मान के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Modi here with the Cyprus President in the joint press conference. He's also extended an invitation to the President to visit India. We understand this visit of Prime Minister Modi to Cyprus, which is a part of the three-nation tour, is quite significant in the context of diplomatic, economic, as well as geopolitical reasons. We understand it also sends out a big message to Turkey, which had backed Pakistan during India's Operation Sindoor. And this is, of course, the first visit by an Indian PM in the last 23 years, and a very important, significant visit of Prime Minister Modi to Cyprus, after which we understand he will be going to Canada also for the G7 summit. But before that, Prime Minister Modi here in Cyprus, he's been bestowed with the highest civilian honor of Cyprus as well, and after which he expressed gratitude to the Cyprus president and the government for the honor, and said that it was an honor to the ideology of Vasudev Kutumbakam.
Well, the Prime Minister also sending out a message to Turkey, in also a message that India is strengthening its ties with all those countries that have been historically against Turkey in some aspects, including Armenia, Egypt, and of course Cyprus now. Meanwhile, moving on to the story that is our top focus today. Mr. Rupani, Vijay Rupani's mortal remains in Rajkot, which is his emotional spot, a city that gave him the position of a corporator, an MLA, an MP, and finally the Chief Minister. Anjali Rupani there, somebody who has been with him for several years. Remember, Mr. Rupani also lost his youngest son a few years ago, and Pujit Rupani, in fact, his son Rushabh Rupani is also sitting next to his mother, and this is Mr. Rupani's family with the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani, and people will be allowed to pay tributes to their leader, to their chief minister, to a person that they could relate with. They used to call him Vijay Bhai in Rajkot. He used to represent Rajkot West for several years. This is the same seat that Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister of India, made his electoral debut from in 2002, a very important seat, also represented by Vajubhai Wala in the past. And this is the cavalcade of Vijay Rupani, cavalcade that carries the mortal remains of Vijay Rupani. And of course, this cremation is expected to take place around 5 p.m. today is what we understand. C.R. Patil and Amit Shah, both senior ministers in the Modi cabinet, are expected to attend this meeting. With us in the studio is Sajan Kumar, political analyst and writer. Thank you, Sajan, for joining us on this broadcast. How do you see the importance of somebody like Vijay Rupani, somebody belonging to the Jain Baniya community, somebody who comes from Saurashtra, because after Keshubai Patel, the fact that you had a chief minister from Saurashtra itself was a big thing. And the fact that he was so mild-mannered, non-aggressive, in a state which has produced leaders like Narendra Modi and Amit Shah and Anandiben Patel. How do you see his...
And even Shankar Singh Waghela.
Yes, he also was. So how do you see his presence in that whole rainbow of leaders from Gujarat?
So one of the contrast about Rupani was always that his being quite humble and accessible. That was, and always used to maintain a relatively low profile, not someone who would be very media savvy or giving statements. But besides that, being the old guard since JP movement, emergency time, what was also important that traditionally BJP has been weak in Saurashtra, and within the beginning of BJP strengthening in Saurashtra region, you see it starts from Rajkot, which was the base of Karma Bhumi of Vijay Rupani. So that goes into his making not just his own political career, but also contributing to the expansion of the party. Also, you see, he took the mantle of the CM at a time when Patidar movement was going on, Hardik Patel. Then you have Alpesh Thakur is leading the Thakur movement, another populous OBC caste in northern Gujarat. It was also the time when post GST, many of the business community in Surat's Hamari Bhool, Kamal Ka Phool was difficult, and he took the mantle at that time in 2016. and it was considered to be the most difficult assembly elections for BJP at that time, and it seemed that as if Congress may perhaps snatch the power away from the clutches of the BJP. So he took the mantle and successfully led BJP to the victory, 105 seats out of 182. And thereafter slowly BJP started gaining the old confidence. Because of the internal equations, perhaps BJP's state calculation before 2022 election to placate the partidars once again. Right. He was replaced with Bhupendra Patel just 1 year. So that way he contributed to the party, but you do not see him ever expressing the grudge or ever kind of showing any sort of an activity.
He shows to the core is what people say.
Exactly.
Ajay Sancheti also joins us, former MP. We have Shirish Kashikar, political analyst. Shirish, to you first. Professor Kashikar, 2017 was one of the most difficult elections that BJP has fought in Gujarat. The party was reduced to 99 seats, a simple majority, but it was also an election that was fraught with lots of tensions, the Patidar Andolan and illicit liquor and Jignesh Mevani, Una flogging and also GST rollout. Then of course in 2021, Vijay Rupani, under his leadership, BJP won all the 6 municipalities of Gujarat, including Surat, Rajkot, Vadodara. How do you explain his political career, his ups and downs? Because clearly he did not let that kind of pressure affect his work.
Vasudha, basically Vijay Bhai was considered to be, the man of party, Sangathan, what we call the organization. And he reached to the various cadres through his experience and his political acumen. Right. He started his career as a ABVP Karyakarta and he reached up to the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And in between, he has done a lot of struggle, political struggle for the political survival, in fact, from being Mayor of Rajkot to Rajya Sabha MP from Rajkot and then a cabinet minister in Anandiben's ministry and then Chief Minister. But the most important aspect, as Mr. Sajjan Kumar was also saying, that he was a very affable person, and the most important aspect that he was always loyal to his party and the ideology of the nationalism. Let me tell you one incident. When the Shankar Singh Waghela started Rashtriya Janata Party and almost 90% of Rajkot BJP office bearers went, they shifted their career and they went to Rajapa. Only 2 people were there who still believed in BJP's capacity. One was Mr. Raju Dhruv, who is now the spokesperson, and another was Mr. Vijay Rupani. Right. And with Mr. Vijay Rupani's style and with his capacity, they again started rebuilding BJP. So the first generation, Keshubhai Patel from Jansangh to BJP, and in the second generation, we can call we say Vijay Bhai was one of the stalwarts, who was a second generation BJP and urban leader in Gujarat.
Urban leader, that is an important aspect of Vijay Rupani's personality. Certainly, that's what most leaders are highlighting. And someone who has worked very closely with late Vijay Rupani is former BJP MP Ajay Sancheti. He is also joining us now. Mr. Sancheti, your memories of Vijay Rupani, what do you think stood out the most in his 3-decade-long political career?
See, as mentioned earlier by other people also, Vijay Bhai was an extremely sober man, simple man, but firm with the ideology. I remember whenever I met him, he had been to, I'll just narrate one small incident. He was in Nagpur for a Gujarati Samaj function, and some people approached him asking that they need certain facilities in Gujarat and all that. He very calmly, quietly listened them and just said, Ajay Bhai, aap jara sab dekh lena aur kya hai kya nahi mere ko bhej dena. And whenever I used to send some people's request to them, it was very well attended. Whatever legitimate request was there, his office could attend it. He used to look into it. A man with high stature, no greed of any chair, and used to work continuously, flawlessly for the party ideology.
Mr. Sancheti, also, how would you describe Mr. Rupani's relationship with the Prime Minister, also with the Home Minister? He was largely seen as non-confrontational, someone who's not very aggressive, very mild-mannered. Did that also help him survive and thrive in this party?
See, question, the party survived because of such karyakartas. And absolutely, as I showed, there was no greed for any chair for him. Whatever responsibility was given by the party, he gladly accepted it, and he always moved on to the next responsibility. His chair was not an important issue for him any time.
Right, a man with no greed. Thank you, Mr. Sancheti, for joining us. Also, going across to Ankit now. Ankit, you've been reporting from Rajkot, which was an emotional sweet spot for Vijay Rupani. This is the city that saw him as a corporator and then, of course, as an MP, MLA, and then finally as a Chief Minister. Today, it is an emotional moment for the city because they're also witnessing the final rites of the son of the soil. Tell us what kind of arrangements have been made there. What are people saying about him today?
Well, it's a day of remembrance for the man, as you described him, as the son of the soil. Rajkot has been the place where he rose, learned the tricks of the trade in politics and rose to the top job in the state of Gujarat. Corporator, mayor, MLA, chief minister, MP, all that portfolio. But one thing that people here are remembering him about is that Vijay Rupani did not change from being the corporator to the chief minister or even the MP later. He remained, Vijay Rupani, accessible to the people. I want to just give you a sense of where I'm standing. I'm in the Prakash Colony where his residence is, and my colleague will show you the place where you see the green covering there. That's his residence, named after his younger deceased son. And on the other side is this temple complex. This temple complex, on the ground of this temple complex, arrangements have been made for Mr. Rupani's mortal remains to be brought in here. We are expecting that to happen at around 4 p.m. And once Sudesh will try and show you beyond the cameras, there is a place which has been made where Mr. Rupani's mortal remains will be kept for the public, for the people of Rajkot, who in fact remember him as Vijay Bhai, and they will come here and pay their last respects. The whole arrangement is for 1 hour between 4 to 5. The Home Minister is also expected to arrive in Rajkot at around 3 p.m. He will first come to his residence and then, of course, will come here to pay his respects. And that is the reason why massive security arrangements have also been made. Remember, the Chief Minister and other VIPs also in tow. And what will happen at this place is that the people would be allowed to pay their respects, and then from here at 5 o'clock we are expecting the procession, the final journey of Mr. Rupani to begin. This will be then to a crematorium which is about 4 kilometers from here. We are expecting it to be a half an hour, at least 1 hour long journey where people of Rajkot, those who are not able to come here, would be able to in fact see that entire procession, and then he will be laid to rest. His cremation would begin, and his family members are also accompanying him from his mortal remains from Ahmedabad. We are expecting his wife and son to arrive here in a short while from now, and then of course the final preparations are going to begin. But at this moment Rajkot awaits one of their most illustrious son of the soil, Vijay Rupani, who is now on his final journey.
Yes, Ankit, and Rajkot has been very, very special for the BJP, also for Vijay Rupani, as you pointed out. Remember, it was from here that Prime Minister Modi's electoral journey in the Assembly of Gujarat also began. He contested for the first time in 2002, and at that time it was Vijay Rupani who was his election in charge. So that has been the kind of trust and equation between him and Prime Minister Modi, who saw him work efficiently as an organization man. He was a corporator for 8 terms. He also went on to be BJP's General Secretary in charge of Gujarat for 4 terms, and then becoming the BJP State President of Gujarat, also becoming the Chief Minister. So today, for the people of Rajkot, it's an emotional farewell as they bid farewell to someone who loved Rajkot as much as Rajkot gave him that place of prominence in Gujarat politics and also the politics of the entire country. Vijay Rupani's last journey, his final farewell has begun. We'll continue to be going to our reporters. Ankit, it's a very, very difficult moment for the family. We often tell about journalists who are covering these the last journeys of netas. But when you speak to his friends, Vijay Rupani was always someone who was very much with friends, invested in his family as much as his friendships. So that was that personal side, the individual side of Vijay Rupani, which perhaps you can share with our viewers, Ankit.
Absolutely, he was a family man, thorough family man, as you are saying. And remember, he lost one of his son, and on his name, his house, of course, has been named after his son, and so is a trust that works for the underprivileged. In fact, Vijay Rupani was on his way to see his daughter